Hello, testing for the Cash Game Challenge at the Festival Series in Bratislava. Hello and welcome to day 3 of the festival series here in Bratislava. We're going to be playing some 2-2 Texas Hold'em, and you can see the cards will be going in the air shortly. Tonight you're going to be joined by myself, George Sanford, and we will be underway. Coming up later on in the week, we have the Hendon Mob final day. That will be tomorrow. We have, of course, the main event on Saturday and Sunday, and then we have some higher stakes action in the form of the Cash Game Challenge, which will be coming up on Friday night. So 4 nights in a row for me on the commentary, and looking forward to being with you guys and seeing if we can get some big action going. Definitely will later on, the PLO, the 2-2 PLO. I don't think it's going to be 2-2. Based on the lineup I'm seeing, I'm imagining we're going to be seeing some 2-2, 5-10 potentially. But let's keep our eyes peeled for now. Looks like the buy-ins are ranging between sort of the 200 to 500 euro mark. And the lineup is Federico Privitera from Italy, buying in for 1k. Alvaro Martinez from Spain buying in for 1k as well. Simon Politowski, that's a tough one, from Poland. He's coming in with the 1k as well. And then you've got Josip Dragan Mateus buying in between 4 and 500. Marvin on the short stack, Marvin Werner from Germany. He's in there for 200 euro. And Lacho as well, making up the field here. So let's see if we're going to see any action. Usually, I have to tell you, to be completely honest, the Hold'em streams are a little bit slower, but you never know. These guys are playing for their chance to be in the frame for the flip and could potentially win themselves a package for one of the upcoming festival events in 2025. We're going to be releasing the details on those very shortly, so keep your eyes and ears peeled for that one across our socials, which are listed at the bottom of the screen. Website is thefestival.com. We're over on Facebook at The Festival OG and Instagram at The Festival OG. Check us out. So here we go. Nice. We got the little straddle on, early days, 225 to start. And cards are in the air. Let's see what action we've got. Who do we feel is going to be bringing some heat? I'm looking at seat 4 over there with that shiny gold jacket and the shades. Doesn't look like a folder. That's my initial interpretation. Who do we think are going to be the tighter players? Tough to say. The Spanish guy buying in for 1k, the Italian also in for 1k, showing a lot of confidence. It's probably going to be regs of some sort, you'd think. And Dragan instantly in the mix here with the pocket kings in the small blind. Should be looking to open it up here, sizing. Oh, we do have an open from Simon. I missed that one. So we see a 3x open, and Dragan here is going to be going 500 effective, somewhere between sort of 70. Yeah, 60 seems on the smaller side, but did want to get his customer to continue. And a rather adventurous open in a 3-blind structure for Simon there. Gets punished by the Cowboys lurking there in the darkness. And a quick and easy pot there as we move on to the next one. Here are the phones being confiscated based on some of the WSOP issues over the summer. Of course, that was causing a bit of heat in the poker community about the fact that on the final table of the WSOP main event, there were some external help, almost in-game coaching happening that meant the use of devices has been scrutinized ever since, and it becomes standard now on almost all streamed feature tables to allow the players not to have the option of using their devices, which is good for the game, good for the presence, good for everything really, the atmosphere. Usually when people have the option to be on their phone in live poker these days, they tend to be buried, and it definitely kills the vibe. So, Federico here opening to a 4x sizing with the Queen Jack under the gun 1. Showing some intent, not typically a hand that would be kind of profitable as a 4x with the 3 blind structure 8-handed. Mateus, easy call for him, and Dragan. Back-to-back pocket pairs, kings and now tens. Finds himself with a nice little 3-betting opportunity on the button here. Queen Jack off is not going to be able to continue. But the 6s maybe showing some interest here. Closing the action will be 50 into 170. And he is going to continue there with those 6s. Caught in a bit of a crossfire here, flatting the open and then cold calling the 3-bet as well. Not a great board for either player, but certainly a decent one for the opener. He does go for just south of a third with those pocket tens, looking to apply some pressure on a board that is definitely going to be favorable for him as the 3-better. He is going to have hands like kings, jacks, ace, king, aces, whereas his opponent is pretty much going to be stripped of all of those. Maybe some jacks from time to time, not looking to 3-bet the under the gun opener, but for the most part, not going to be holding an awful lot on that board. And even those tens could start to apply pressure to hands like ace jack that are going to be tricky going down the streets. Sort of a turn queen or ace, even a 9 could allow the door open to those tens to fire some extra shells and start to pounce on that capped range. Lacho limping in here with the jack 3 of hearts. Interesting limp there. Federico, kind of a more of a tournament situation where you tend to ISO these very unplayable hands, but considering the depth of a cash game, playing quite deep, the equity down the streets is very unfavorable with a hand like 9-3, so it's more of a kind of sub 50 big blind play rather than how deep they are. And he does have a little stab with the 9-3 off on ace queen deuce, where conventionally facing 2 limps, you feel that the majority of his ace-x is going to be raising pre-flop. So quite an aggressive play there, just kind of pouncing on a little bit of weakness from his opponent and definitely sending a message from what we've seen so far. Looks like we do have the 2-2-5 on consistently, which is nice. So definitely not just a 2-2 game as advertised, and some deep stacks which could see some collisions and therefore some entertainment for us, of course. Okay, so King Jack opening in the +2. We see Simon peel from the small blind, and Federico looks like he's interested in squeezing this one up, continuing that theme of intent we've seen from him early on in the stream. Opening the Queen Jack, taking a stab with the 9-3 with absolutely zero equity. And now squeezing with the Ace Jack offsuit here. Josip with the King Jack off, a really horrible hand to face a squeeze here. You're just completely dominated by the better hands in the range. And Zyman not interested in continuing with those 8s, doesn't fancy the larger sizing. The 5x that was used will be out of position with a capped range, not looking to tangle early on in the stream by the looks of things. I think 500 big blinds deep, we could have just 3-bet those 8s, but having the button, you do favor calling in some instances, maybe allowing some lower pairs in the blinds to come along. You've got 2 guys 500 big blinds deep behind. 3-betting allows them to fold hands like 7s through deuces that if you cold call and they call behind, all of a sudden you could be getting yourself into a quite favorable set over set situation, which can definitely pay the dividends. So actually, on reflection, I think the flat with the 8s is quite favorable there. So Federico here, looks like we've got no straddle on this time. We've got the short stack in seat 3, kind of grimming everyone by just coming along for the ride and not paying his straddle, but benefiting by potentially having more of an advantage when he picks up a good hand because there's more dead money in the pot that he isn't inputting himself. So quite an interesting and relatively selfish strategy we're seeing from seat 3 early on. And Federico flops trips, takes a stab at it, and picks up a monumental €4 pot. So 3-bet here with the 10s. Cutoff versus +1. Dragan may have his sights set on a 4-bet here. Been quite active so far. Simon has given me a kind of a more of a passive vibe from what I've seen from him so far. The limp with the Jack 3. Okay, we do see a call. So 4-bet pot here. King Queen versus pocket 10s. Very interesting Jack 8-8 here. Shouldn't really see too many 8s in either opponent's range. Dragan definitely with a decent advantage here with the overpairs. I think Simon can definitely still have a hand like queens and definitely jacks, 10s. But unlikely to have aces or kings. Both players We'll be sharing ace-jack suited. Maybe Dragan can have the occasional ace-jack off, although it would be kind of rather speculative. As is the king-queen, is a very aggressive 4-bet here in this kind of cash game format, deep stacked. And a very interesting turn now as Dragan turns a gut shot with his king-queen, so at least he has some equity versus strong holdings. And Simon with the turn straight. The turn straight draw, I should say. So is Dragan going to be able to pull the trigger here? He's given himself quite an awkward situation where he's got 426 behind into a pot of 399. So sizing choices are rather limited. You feel like hands such as aces, kings, queens, turn flush draws would be favoring a jam for value/protection. And it is quite difficult to pull the trigger with the king-queen here. Is he going to be 4-betting a hand like jacks at this depth pre-flop? +1 versus cutoff. Unsure. Could have hands like ace-jack suited. What can he represent now? Having checked the turn. Potentially some aces with a diamond. And what is he looking to target with a non-all-in sizing here? A small factor in his favor is that he blocks king 9 and queen 9 suited combos. But again, that's a little bit of a reach. For the most part, the check here is just a complete give up. And I don't think Simon is going to be looking to value bet here in a 200 big blind pot with pocket tens. Yeah, so just go check, check, and Simon is going to take that one down. So definitely some decent action so far, which is not always the case with the Hold'em streams, but this lineup is showing some heart, as Tony G would say, some commitment to the game. And that's what we like to see, as we do have only 2 hours with these guys, so we don't want to see a folding snorefest. We want to see some action. I thought that was Lacho opening it up with the 7 deuce there, and he is. So they might have the 7 deuce game on. Makes it 15 to go. Simon next to act is going to flat his ace 10 offsuit, and Federico out the way. Over to the straddle, which is Dragan getting in the mix with the 4 deuce suited. Quite unfortunate that his hand actually interacts with one of the opens here. Usually you've kind of got the low boards to yourself in this kind of situation versus +2 and the hijack. But yeah, Lacho is going to feel compelled to c-bet here on the king-queen 5. Trying to muscle one through with the 7 deuce, looking to pick up some bounties from the players. I don't have the exact information on how much they're playing for the bounty, but I imagine somewhere around the range of sort of 20 to 25 euros per player, which does make things extremely attractive to find a multi-street bluff. But the interesting thing is you do tend to see people in no man's land with a hand like 7 deuce. It is, of course, the worst hand in the game, which means that he's just very rarely going to connect with the board. Do you have the minerals to fire one through? And an interesting spot now for Simon, who floats the flop with his ace 10. Does he feel like he has showdown value here? He's ahead of hands like Jack 10, Jack 9 suited. He loses to some random pocket pairs that were taking a stab, but won't have any more concerns now as he does river the nut straight. And this could be interesting. Lacho may feel compelled to go for the bet check bet line here with his 7 deuce. And that's what he's going to do. Fires out a rather hopeful half pot, looking to target hands like Queen 10 suited. Yeah. Jack 10. Maybe he could get Jack 10 to fold here. Representing mostly, I believe, hands like Ace Queen, King 9. And Simon does put him in, and Lacho knows that the game is up, and he's... Well, he doesn't even show his 7 deuce. He just mucks it like a boss. Fair enough. The writing was on the wall there on the Jack River. Very unfortunate one for Lacho. Not able to pick up the bounties from the other players. Dragan opening it up with the ace 10, facing a limp from Josip. Blind versus blind. Rather diminutive €14 pot here as Dragan fires through a c-bet with his ace 10, flopping a gut shot. The queen would give him the nut straight. And that will take it down. So some good information about Banco Casino that I've been told by one of my co-commentators, JJ Hazan, whose dulcet tones you may have heard yesterday, is that the casino is going to be moving the casino and the slots and gaming function to a location around about 10 minutes away from the current location here in Hodzovo na Mesti, the center of town, of course, just below the Crown Plaza Hotel. So now it will be fully a poker operation, and the likelihood is, based on some of the numbers and the previous operating difficulties in actually putting more and more tables out there, that the current casino venue will turn into a full poker venue. And the growth that you've seen at the Banco Casino over the last decade will only continue to skyrocket. So looking forward to seeing that in the upcoming months. So definitely some big ambition shown there by Banco Casino, getting rid of all of the blackjacks, the roulettes, and the slots. And it's going to be more cash games, more tournaments, and more poker action from the center of Bratislava. If you haven't already, check out some of the upcoming tournaments over at bancocasino.sk. Welcome everybody in the Twitch chat. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're tuning in from, and what you're up to on this fine Wednesday evening. As Federico opening it up with the King 9 of Hearts from the +1 seat. Gets a fold out of Mateus with a rather pretty looking Jack 9 of clubs, but unfortunate situation for him where it's just up against too early of a position to really do too much at this kind of stack depth. Would have been quite an ambitious 3-bet. There you can see the Spanish Poker Festival main event is going to be coming to Bratislava towards the end of the year, the 9th to the 16th of December. €225 main event buy-in for a €150,000 guarantee. Thanks to all of you tuning in across our many channels, be it Spade Poker, the festival, Banco Casino, and Twitch. We have around about an hour and a half more of action here from the No Limit Hold'em cash game stream, and then we're going to be moving into some bombastic PLO action later on, which I'm very much looking forward to, with a couple of big local legends in the mix. So Lacho in the small blind has opened into Federico in the straddle and flop top pair with a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. Federico, bit of a swing and a miss. He's got a little bit of backdoor equity. The sizing is quite favorable for him. I think he may continue here versus the €15 size. Just a third pot out of position. And he does. Floating one. It is a board that is rather innocuous but can change very quickly. Almost every card on the turn will change the nuts, except a card except a deuce. So here you see the straight completing 6, and Federico has definitely floated with some devilish intentions to apply pressure on cards like this. I quite like the check from Lacho. He's saying, you know, I've missed now. His 10 definitely isn't a hand strong enough to bet 3 streets on this turn card. So he's going to move into check call mode, and he's going to allow some of these floats, the backdoor flush draws, the backdoor straight draws, the overcards, to start to tee off against him. So I think tactically this is quite nicely played so far from Lacho. The small sizing, not exactly indicative of much strength, and now moving into the check call mode. But an unfortunate one for him, as both players river a straight. And Federico, out of absolutely nowhere, finds a way out of jail. €172 into the pot. And Lacho is going to lead for €20, a 10% lead here. And the intention is, I guess he's trying to say that he wants to block bet some hands like 2 pairs, maybe sets, to dissuade his opponent from doing anything crazy. But he's doing it in an interesting fashion where he's doing it with a straight so that his range isn't capped, so that he doesn't have just weak hands in this 10% lead. And Federico is going to be thinking he's got the absolute nuts here, probably feeling that it's going to be unlikely for his opponent to have anything better. And Federico goes for, what is this, some sort of min raise? It looked like it was only about 45. Yeah, it is. So 45 with the 10 high straight. And now Lacho is probably thinking, versus my tiny lead and this small raise, I'm going to have the best hand here almost always, or at the very worst, be chopping. I don't think Jack 9 would ever use this size, so it does merit the jam. And there he does go for the jam. And maybe Federico's idea was to induce a 10% lead 3-bet jam, which is quite a funky line that you don't tend to see too often. We do have the benefit of being quite deep on the cash game streams, so it does allow for more creativity, and certainly some creativity shown by both players there, just trying to give rope to their opponents to find something crazy. However, both had the straight, and both will be making €1 profit, chopping up the big blind. Whoop-dee-doo. Simon, the early winner here, having taken down a nice pot with the pocket 10s in a 4-bet spot versus Dragan. Not an awful lot of movement for many of the other players. Haven't yet to really see Marvin get involved. So let's keep our eyes peeled and see what develops here. Exciting news to share with you is going to be that we are going to be moving to the tournament format tomorrow for the Hendon Mob Championship final day, playing down to a winner. We will be joining the action around about 3 or 4 levels into the day at the first break. The players will take a break, grab some dinner, and we will be streaming from the get-go just after that first break until we crown a winner. Numbers have been absolutely massive, as of course the festival series has so many partners now and so many ways to win your package and win your opportunity to get yourself here with the hotel included, with the main event buy-in included, which could allow you to be one of the players playing for a top prize of over €100,000 that we're going to be playing for on Sunday night. So keep your eyes peeled across all of our channels as we move into the weekend. Lacho here on the button, opening it up with the King Jack offsuits, very standard. 2 Broadways, and Simon once again finding those pocket 10s versus an offsuit Broadway 2 overcard type holding. Goes for the 4x here, which I think is a good size because they are playing just 50 big blinds deep, just over. Looks like 55 big blinds deep, and Lacho not interested with the King Jack there. 3 blind game, which makes the small blind 3-bet actually a little bit stronger than you'd usually fancy. Cash game formats, especially live, where you've got a bit of a higher rake cap, certainly disincentivizes a flat call there in the small blind. You usually want to be playing quite tight but very aggressive, so finding 3-bets a lot. And I think that when you have 2 players behind instead of 1 with rather uncapped ranges, it would mean that your small blind 3-bet becomes that little bit stronger. And that's what Lacho decided on with the King Jack offsuit. The fact that he felt like he was just a little bit too dominated there by the 3-betting range. Lacho going for the 5BB blind versus blind. Sorry, Alvaro, I should say. Takes it down. Federico on the button goes for the 3x open in the 3-blind format. And takes it down by the looks of things. Oh, I think they're having a joke because there wasn't actually a straddle in that hand, so it was a rather large open of 7.5x, which is certainly unconventional. And Mateus with the 3 deuce off, certainly not going to be a customer in this way. Simon opening the deuces from the hijack. And Alvaro here, not seen an awful lot from him, but ace-king. Certainly going to be enough to cut the mustard here from the button. Fancying a 3-bet. Goes for the full 4x, just under 4x, 55 to go. Quite deep, so definitely favoring the bigger 3-bet sizing. And the ducks hit the muck. Simon back in the mix, can't help himself with the King Jack offsuit. And he's going to see the bad news once again as he's 3-bet by these two frisky looking players in seat 1 and seat 2. Definitely regulars, playing a strong game so far, the both of them. Mateus just can't really do an awful lot. Wouldn't be any way, shape, or form profitable to cold call the pocket sevens there, unless that they were much, much deeper. You do see sometimes on the American live streams when the guys are playing 500 big blinds deep, some of the top regs do like to cold call those spots. So definitely merit to doing it at the bigger depth where you've got just way more implied odds when you do hit that set. Here we go. Looks like it's going to be a 4-bet from Simon here, saying, you know what, pal? Let's test your metal here. Let's go for the 4-bet, take it upstairs a little bit. I think at this depth, the sizing seems a little bit on the small side, 10 to 40 to 110 out of position. Because when we're 4-betting at this depth, we're saying, you know, our value threshold is actually pretty narrow. It's going to be ace-king suited. It's going to be aces, kings, some queens, and not a lot else. And it can be quite easy to overbluff, as you see here. King, jack, offsuit, 16 combinations of that. Does that mean he's taking hands like ace, jack, offsuit? And another load of combos. And as I mentioned, that value threshold is rather thin. Federico here going for the 5-bet by the looks of things. These Italians, they don't like to back down in the ego wars pre-flop, as we do see a 5-bet coming in from Federico. Simon here. Surely the game's up, pal. We've made our stance with the King Jack. We were a little bit fed up of potentially getting 3-bet too much by these guys, and we do see it hit the mark. If he did find any kind of 6-bet, it would have got through, but difficult to know that. Very rare you do see a 5-bet bluff, so fair play to Federico, finding the minerals there to follow through with one and takes it down. Nicely played, sir.
Everybody who lies says it's for real.
Well, you can say the first thing a poker player says, you always do.
Alvaro's turn to get a little bit fruity here with the Queen 7 offsuit from the hijack, getting way out of line. And Marvin does come along in the big blind, the short stack. Well, I say short, he's got 100 big blinds, but compared to some of these regs you see, sat pretty deep. Not exactly loads in play. See a rather kind of standard continuation from Alvaro. Bets 8. Gets a call. Does turn a queen, so he's got at least a little bit of showdown value now. He's ahead of some pocket pairs. He's ahead of some flush draws. Does go check, check. Not really any real reason to start turning his queen into a bluff. The 5, rather inconsequential on the river. You're not going to see that change things an awful lot. Lovazir says, hey, nice table. Well, thanks for coming in and appreciate you hanging out with us over on Twitch. Marvin, now in the big blind with the option. He knows that he's definitely going to be up against some hands like the more natural c-bets on the flop. So some queen 10s, some king queens, even some queen 9, queen 8s. So he can target those. Pocket 10s, pocket kings also going to be in this range that may have to call this bet at some frequency. So you don't allow your opponent to just bluff all of his missed flush draws, etc. Pocket 2s, pocket 3s. And Alvaro does fold. Very disciplined laydown. Well played, sir. Liking what I'm seeing from Federico and Alvaro so far. They look like they're not afraid to force the action. A fantastic 5-bet bluff there from Federico. Not sure if it was just because of the fact that he wanted to go for it on stream or whether he had some kind of live read, but the timing and the execution was certainly impeccable. Anchor Code says, have fun, GG. Thank you, sir. Certainly will be. Been a pretty decent start in terms of the No Limit Hold'em cash game challenges. Lots of action so far. We've seen a 5-bet bluff. We've seen multiple 4-bet pots. Definitely been strong and aggressive feel to the table. Dragan here. We're on the 225, so he's only actually effectively 80 big blinds deep with the opener. And we're seeing this consistent theme of players just really driving these 3-bets here. Lots of aggression. In theory, I think we're supposed to mix or even some flatting, some folding with hands like this, but we're just seeing loads of 3-betting. Wonder if it's somewhat of a sizing tell here. He does go for south of 3x. Does give his opponent a really attractive price to continue. And Alvaro will certainly take that option with his pair of 9s as he's going deep behind his sweater, not looking to give any live reads away. And we've got a bit of an action flop for Dragan, flopping the nut flush draw on a decent board for his range. We'll certainly be looking to continue for the most part here. Range betting is definitely a valid option, somewhere around half pot. Goes for 40 into 110, seems pretty reasonable. When called, we have about a 1.5 stack to pot ratio, so still pretty easy to get the money in, and he does manage to muscle those pocket 9s out of there, even with the backdoor flush draw and the backdoor straight draw, showing the power and importance of position in No Limit Texas Hold'em, especially when you're playing a bit deeper. Much easier to muscle your opponent out of there. Pounce on slightly capped ranges where you have a decent advantage. And when it gets through with just one bet, happy days. No interest so far, as Lacho is just going to call here with the Jack-9 suited. Not a massive fan of this, considering the table dynamic. I think we want to just be opening. And does flop a gutter with an overcard, so could see a check here, could see a bet. The 7-7x texture is definitely going to favor the straddle somewhat, as they will just have all of these hands like 7-3, 7-deuce, 7-4, 7-5 off that you don't. So lots more combinations of 7x, but also betting does get some queen highs to fold, some king deuce off to fold. So it's a little bit of 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. And in those situations, definitely aggression can work out quite favorably for you. But I think just missing that open pre-flop, really. Lacho on the button here, getting a bit frisky. Not seen that kind of vein from him, apart from the 7 deuce off. Simon, though, is just going to call with the king-queen offsuit. And I quite like that option versus the short stack open there. Doesn't really want to like 3-bet fold this kind of hand because on the 5 straddle, you may see that hands like 9s, 10s, jacks could 4-bet jam, and then we have to fold a really significant amount of equity. So just peeling here, keeping himself somewhat under-repped. Lacho with the bottom end of the gutter. Not the best hand to bet multi-way. Alvaro just has absolutely no equity whatsoever. Almost the nut low. And Simon here has a very strong holding with top pair and the open ender. Facing the check, check, check. Certainly a hand that we want to be betting big. Targeting some hands like Jack X, targeting a hand like Pocket Queens. There can definitely still be some King X in Alvaro's range, maybe less so for Lacho. Another 3-bet pot. King Queen versus King Queen. Lacho with the off-suited version and Dragan with the suited. So could get a bit spicy if we see some hearts. Ooh, and there is a flush draw for the 3-better. Lacho here should be able to muscle the same hand out of this one with just a small sizing. On these monotone boards, the out of position player is certainly less incentivized to continue with offsuit hands. We can have some offsuit hands as the 3-better, so I think small sizings work really nicely here. Something like 15 or 20. Yeah, nice size from Lacho. Gets the job done.
I had it last time. I had it a while ago, and I knew which one it was. I mean, it's the same card. I saw it at first. I thought it was because of the But it's the same one.
Lečo, že karta je nejaká obnutá a že už ju... Áno, áno. 0,5 jo.
No, just winning money,
Neigram sa. Som investirao neke gluposti i
then I bluff it up here. And then I bluff it up here. Igraš samo super sport ili?
Tako. Ne, igram. Takže na šestke stredu 5.
A little lull in the action, but we have the 5 straddle back on. Around about an hour into the stream so far. Certainly some intent from seat 1 and seat 2. Seen a lot out of them.
Na šestke stredu. Sedmička pas. Osmička pas.
I don't think Iman is going to be folding the ace king. He certainly doesn't. Opens it up. 2-15. Federico out the way. And Alvaro looks interested here. He does go for another patented 3-bet here. Let's see what he's got. Could be all sorts, really. King 8 suited. Here we go.
Trojka, štvorka, šestka pas.
And based on the table dynamic, I think we're just very happy to 4-bet here with the ace king. Looking to pump in more chips. Going to be seeing hands like king queen suited, ace queen suited, ace jack suited, 3-bet call. So wanting to drive some cash in there.
Devina rejs. 165.
Go for a huge size here of 165, full 3x, which I guess is actually quite nice at this stack depth. Maybe somewhat of a sizing tell. We saw him go a little bit smaller with his king jack when he 4-bet that versus Federico. Now with the ace king, we get the full 3x. So Alvaro definitely seems to be quite a studious player that will certainly be having this kind of information on his radar. And the assumption is when players tend to 4-bet and fold to the 5-bet and now are 4-betting larger, there is signifying that they've got a slightly stronger hand for the most part.
Dvojka pas.
And Alvaro does just muck it with the king 8. He's definitely going to be pretty dominated there and gives his opponent a little look as if to say, "Did you have it, kid?" With the knowing nod from Simon. So here we have the total winnings so far on the stream. Simon is up 257 euros, Alvaro down 117. Not an awful lot of movement. We haven't seen any huge pots, just that 4-bet pot earlier between the 10s and the king queen, although it was just a c-bet and a check down after that. We saw the 5-bet bluff, of course, from Federico, which is why he's in profit. But no major collisions so far. Still plenty of time, about an hour or so left for these guys to try and win their way into the next round of the Cash Game Challenge,
I want more, I think. I already
which will be qualifying for a flip out on the weekend. So Marvin not putting the straddle on and punished with ace queen, as he would have been the recipient of some pretty good action. Now he's got to announce that he's got a strong holding here. Did he put the straddle on, or interesting actually, he might be fake straddling here, really? I thought he'd seen his cards. Interesting. I'm going to have a little look at this one back later. No, I think he's raised to 5, faced a 3-bet, and now is just calling with the ace queen. Let's see if he gets muscled off of this one for the small sizing. Alvaro doesn't take the option to c-bet here. Maybe using this hand as some kind of double or triple delay where he might check down to the river and then take a stab, or even take a stab here on the turn. He can still quite heartily represent a hand like a jack, pocket queens, even a hand like king 9 of clubs. It's not exactly going to always want to start pumping chips in on the monotone texture with the possibilities of a flush in your opponent's range. Although having 2 Broadway diamonds does lessen the chances of that. And nice little delayed c-bet there from Alvaro. Takes it down with the 8-7 and gets his opponent off of the better hand. The ace queen with the gut shot just not wanting to come along. The 2 pretty strong holdings here under the gun versus big blind. Nacho is going for a value bet here with his ace king of diamonds. Got 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. Can certainly get value for some worse holdings, exactly like this. King jack, king 10, jack 10. Ooh, spicy turn card. Marvin turning 2 pair. Lacho with a gut shot, 2 overcards, and a flush draw. Checks it back. Interesting line from Lacho. I thought he might be wanting to bet here. There are just so many hands that you can muscle off with this decent equity. Kind of a mergy play where you might get called by some backdoor diamond type hands that you've got absolutely cooked. Jack 9 of diamonds, 9-8 of diamonds might have come along for the small sizing, but also applying pressure to hands like pocket 4s, pocket 5s, pocket 6s on the turn. And now leaves himself up shit creek without a paddle, to be honest, with his ace king. Feels as though he might have the best hand here, but his opponent can just very easily value bet any full house from deuces all the way through to a 10. And it does fold to the overbet from Marvin, who certainly did have a strong hand in this occasion, but trying to make it look almost as weak as possible. Very difficult to have bluffs in that situation. Just the jack nines, just the king nine with the backdoor type holdings. Another 3-bet pot emerging here between Marvin and Federico. Marvin off of the relatively short stack. Interesting decision for Federico here. +1 versus small blind. Not seen an awful lot of activity from Marvin. I think a rather tight fold is definitely possible, but he's given us such a good price. He's open to 20 and faces a 3-bet of 50. However, is it a good thing to have a good price in this situation when your opponent is very rarely bluffing for this size, position versus position, and is therefore just trying to incentivize us to continue with the strong part of his range? Does he go this size with a hand like ace-5 suited, ace-8 suited, king-jack suited, queen-jack suited that we actually have dominated? I would say likely not. Oh, he does go for the jam. Federico with balls of steel here, facing what looks to be a really strong 3-bet small blind versus +1, and Marvin is not going to eliminate, or I should say relinquish, his ace-queen. He sticks the chips in, and we are off to the races here. Ace-queen holding that 74% equity advantage versus the ace-jack of Federico, way behind and looking for a jack. 4 on the turn. Is it going to be a jack on the river? No. So a nice clean run out there for Marvin gets him the full double up. €425 pot being slid his way. Bit of a poker face with the cowboy hat there as Federico at least allows us a wry smile as if to say, well, fair enough. I gave it my all. So full points for bravery. Maybe taking away some points for the choice of hand selection versus the specific opponent. However, easy for me to say on the commentary. I can see everyone's hole cards. I can see that the activity of certain players can mean or trend towards certain assumptions that you struggle to find when you are under the bright lights of the feature table, having no information on the non-showdown hands. Josip, not seen an awful lot from him over the last half hour or so. Does find the pocket eights here in the hijack. Goes for the open to €20. Ooh, that looks like a nasty hand injury. I wonder what happened there. Was it a pizza fumble out of the oven? Skiing accident? Who knows? However, Federico, with the ace-9 offsuit here, is going to continue. And swing and a miss from both players here. Federico with that ace-high, no backdoor. is allowed a free card, and there we do have the 9 of clubs, which between these two particular holdings is about as much of an action card as we could have hoped for. Josip now with his pocket eights turns a flush draw and is going to check for his club. Potentially a sign of inexperience, because it does tend to identify to your opponent that you just have one club in your hand and almost never two. As if you had a suited holding, you would be pretty sure which suits they were. So Federico now could do a multitude of things. I actually quite like check in this situation, because your opponent is going to have hands like ace jack off, ace 10 off, king jack off, king 10 off, jack 10 off, all with one club that may feel compelled to bluff. And if we bet, sometimes we value cut ourselves versus hands like pocket jacks and pocket 10s. Our opponent doesn't have any 9x with one club, really. Maybe king 9 with the king of clubs, but a little bit wide from the hijacks on the 3 blind structure. And Federico is going to bet 150 here. Wow. That is a really meaty value bet. I don't believe it's a bluff. I think he's really just targeting these 6s, 7s, and 8s with the club here. Super razor thin value bet here from Federico, and does get the fold. Quite an interesting sizing. Certainly one I wasn't expecting with this hand class. But hey ho, he takes the pot down. Certainly a creative line from the Italian. We've seen a lot of pep in his steps so far in the Hold'em stream here. Here we have the big confrontation that potentially we were looking for. Mateus versus Josip here. Queens versus aces. An absolutely unavoidable situation for both players, although Mateus is just going to peel out of position with these queens, not looking to put all the chips in here. Where we are on the 5 straddle, and we are, what, about 60 big blinds deep, and look at this, he finds a way to get out of jail. So we do see the delayed c-bet from the aces full, and Mateus is certainly going to have to come along for the ride. Where the bluffs are coming from remains to be seen. It will be hands like Jack 10, King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack, although wouldn't they just bet the flop? So always quite peculiar when you do see the check back and then the double barrel here. And look at this, the theatrics from Josip. A little bit of a tank, and then the rather dramatic flick of the one chip in there. Bets 100 into 170. His opponent is staring him down eagerly, trying to find any source of weakness to potentially justify a call with the two queens here. Does find the fold and manages to get away from a really hairy preflop situation relatively unscathed. Mateus, unfazed by his unfortunate queens into aces situation in the last hand, is going to come back into the thick of it with the king-queen offsuit, gets Marvin out of there. And Lacho with the 6-5 suited seems interested, just going to peel. Has the benefit of position post-flop. Federico with the queen-9 comes along as well from the small blind, and Alvaro with the 10-5 suited. Not particularly strong holding, not one that we want to be facing under the gun multi-way, as the possibility of hitting our flush certainly devalued at these depths. Ace, 8, queen. So Federico and Mateus topping middle pair, and Lacho with a complete swing and a miss. Going to go check, check. Lacho shouldn't really feel any incentive to bet here, but does turn an open ender on the double flush draw turn card. I don't think Federico is going to be looking to bet here. Mateus now could definitely consider betting. Goes for 20, half pot, is looking to target some straight draws, some flush draws, worse queen X. And it would be quite a nice value bet in this instance. Nacho just surrendering the bottom end of the open ender because some of his outs are dirty if he hits the 9 or the 4 of spades or hearts. It could give him some reverse implied odds. However, Federico is going to continue. He's ahead of some spades, some hands like 10-9, Jack-9. And Jack-10, of course, which now fills on the river, the Broadway straight emerging. And the king, a decent card for Mateus. He's going to have hands like King-Queen, Kings in this line, a decent amount. Maybe some Jack-10, maybe some bluffs like 10-9, Jack-9. Usually suited, having opened from under the gun. And Mateus following up with a river bet. Gets the job done. Federico realizes that his involvement in the hand is going to be somewhat speculative, facing that rivered king. Josip raising with the pocket nines. No straddle in place, so just the full 5x. And Mateus here, I don't think in theory we want to be defending 8-6 suited versus a 5x open, but he might come along just for the stream, and he does. And wow, look at this. So Josip with middle set, trying to play it cool here. Checks it back. Tricky, tricky. Could we see an action turn card in the form of a diamond or a 7? Which would certainly add some equity for Mateus, but just left with the bottom pair here as Josip now is going to fire, what's that, a huge bet, 20 into 22. Yep, about the full pot, and gets a customer out of third pair here. Mateus coming along for the ride as Josip sees the flush completing river, which definitely will have some form of alarm bells. There's a lot more of the natural opens that check called the turn are going to be spades, but we definitely still want to be value betting our pocket nines here. We can check back some hands like tens, no spade, jacks, no spade, but sets, two pairs, etc. are going to be wanting to bet and try and target some worse holdings. And Mateus gets out the way there, just left with fourth pair by the river. Not really an awful lot he can do. Any designs of a check jam bluff would certainly be optimistic, having not been holding a spade. Alvaro, the Spaniard, opening on the button to the 4x. And no customers, so definitely seeing a little bit of a lull in the action. We saw a really spicy 5-bet bluff from Federico in seat 1 earlier, giving the business to his opposite player over in seat 8. Simon there didn't have the minerals to fire one through in the form of the 6-bet bluff, which you can't really blame him for. Would have had to commit 500 big blinds on the off chance that his opponent was 5-bet bluffing, which is not really a situation you see an awful lot. Lacho looks to be a little bored, potentially, based on what we saw earlier. Now really spicing it up with an 8-5 suited 5x raise from +1. Fair enough. Federico punishes with the 4x 3-bet, ace-king. Very happy to play for the entirety of Lacho's stack. Is Lacho going to compound that relatively optimistic open? He's not, and Federico takes it down. Been certainly a super active player. If we had the 3-bet percentages or the aggression frequencies, I think you'd see seat 1 and seat 2 right up there. But certainly Federico has been the star man on the feature table so far. Going to have a pretty juicy lineup for you for the 2-2 PLO stream, and I don't think it's going to be a conventional 2-2, considering some of the local legends, one of them being a friend of mine, Alan Sabo, who is apparently buying in for 10k, although those are rumors. Let's see how much he pulls up for, and he's not one to shy away from a couple of sherbets, and the words pot will be uttered more times than you can shake a stick at later on. So join us for that one. Little warm up here with the No Limit Hold'em stream. Simon with the pocket queens is going to find the 3-bet here. Josip looks interested with the queen jack suited. Is he going to come in for the cold call, fancying himself a little 4-bet ski? Ooh. Yes, there we go. The timing is unfortunate, but the heart is certainly there with the queen jack. Quite a small 4-bet at this stack depth, playing 1k deep. But always interesting when you're playing so deep. All of a sudden, 5-betting with queens doesn't actually seem like super appealing. Because if you get 6-bet jammed on, you're hating life. And if your opponent would rifle in a hand like ace-king, you've got to commit an awful lot of your stack just to hope for a flip, really. So we do see an action flop here. Middle set for Siman, flatting out of position to the 4-bet, and Josip does make a check back here with the middle pair and the open ender. I thought we were going to start to see chips flying in there. Is it going to be an ace or a 9 on the turn? It isn't. The cold deuce of hearts, giving a full rainbow board here, and likely to start to see Simon announce the strength of his holding here. Don't think he's going to expect too many delayed bets, considering he blocks hands like queen jack and ace queen that may have taken this line. Goes for the 1-2-5 into 1-7-5. He may feel that his opponent could have made some conservative checkbacks, such as maybe a hand like king jack suited, ace king, ace queen. On the full rainbow board, Josip doesn't look particularly comfortable. Where are the bluffs coming from? Tough to say, to be honest. Your opponent would have to start teeing off with a hand like pocket nines. Maybe jack 10 suited. Does find the call. So looking for an ace or a 9. There it is. Ding, ding, ding. Josip can definitely arrive here with hands like pocket jacks, jack 10 suited, and queen jack suited. So not exactly a thrilling situation to be in for Seaman, whose hand was so strong on the turn and now faces a little bit of danger as some of his opponent's hands now improve to the rivered straight. Does he find a block here, looking to target hands like ace 10, ace queen? Maybe a rather passively played ace king, not c-betting the flop, worried about queens and tens. Ace jack suited, for example. So whilst we do have some concerns that our opponent is best, I think versus this type of opponent we can get away with a rather shameless smaller sizing here, just to target those aforementioned holdings. Whether we're going to be balanced if we bet 150 here, do we ever actually have a straight ourselves? You know, unlikely. But he's going to go for a lot smaller. He's going to go for 65, which is around about 15% pot. And Josip is thinking of Vegas and the effing Mirage right now with his rivered nuts. And a very quick 2-chip raise there. Makes it 200 to go, I believe. Seaman may be talking himself into a call here, but the very quick raise on the river. No pure bluffs really available. Pocket nines would really be the only hand, but I don't think that even continues the turn or 4 bets pre-flop. So Where are the bluffs coming from here? Is he turning a hand like ace-8 suited into a bluff now? I don't think so. Looks to be edging towards a fold. Oh, nope. Pays the man his money. And Josip there, rewarded for the bravery of the 4-bet with the Queen-Jack suited. Drilovich on the river. And that's going to get him paid as we see the floor man coming over to announce to the players that we've got around about... Oh no, it's a dealer change, my bad. But we do have half an hour left of the stream. So Josip is going to be currently the runaway chip leader and also in top spot for qualification for the weekend cash game challenge flip out, which is going to reward packages to the upcoming festival series. Give us a little scour over at thefestival.com and keep your eyes and ears peeled for information coming up about the full lineup of stops in 2025. I wish I could tell you which ones they are right now, but I'm sworn to secrecy. Simon here is going to be opening it up with the King-Jack offsuit. Josip, fresh off of the rivered straight in the last holding, fancies his chances with the 8-6 suited, and Dragan, not seen an awful lot from him. Ace-Jack. Is he going to go for the low frequency 100% of the time squeeze here? For the stream, why not? Pops it up, makes it 40 euros to go. And that just leaves Josip as the King-Jack hits the muck. And Josip doesn't fancy coming along versus a short-ish stack, not really having great implied odds there. If his opponent had a 1k or so, maybe he'd come along with the 8-6 suited, try and flop something a bit spooky and get the lot off of the overpair, but not on this occasion, just relinquishes it.
That's right, yeah, but not sure where there is king there. So I think that's the wrong.
Over to Marvin on the button. Got a double up earlier versus Federico with the ace-queen versus ace-jack. And here has 10-8 suited. Certainly a lovely hand to see on the button. Federico in the straddle. Won't be going anywhere, especially versus this sizing. Just a question of whether he has any devilish intentions of maybe a 3-bet, but 80 big blinds effective, ace-5. I think we've got some better candidates, usually wanting to have slightly higher equity holdings, at least in the form of the suited region. Does go for the 4x 3-bet though, looking to spice things up a little bit. And gets a fold from a hand like 10-8 suited, which certainly shouldn't be getting out of there versus an active player. Be very happy to continue there with the suited hand in position. But Federico showing that he knows his opponent well and does, with that 3-bet sizing up a little bit, get rid of this kind of hand class. So good timing and good execution from the Italian over in seat 1. Maybe feeling that there was a slight sizing tell with the open. We've seen Marvin go for some 3x opens, I think a 4x open earlier, and now that kind of 2.4x, not exactly a strong indicator of a big holding. Josip gunning for it after winning that big pot earlier on versus Queen Jack versus Queens, rivering the straight. Now with the Ace 10, and has the same hand as a customer, and Alvaro with aces. So we've got aces versus Ace 10 and Ace 10. Not going to be seeing an ace on the board, but we are going to be seeing a squeeze out of the Spaniard in the straddle. Makes it 105 to go, and unfortunately not going to be seeing any continues from these two holdings. Both are one of the weaker types of hands that you want to be defending versus 3-bet squeezes. Just being super dominated. And an unfortunate one there for the Spaniard, as he must have been thinking that this is going to be the big one. Hasn't really been involved in too many major pots so far, but has definitely been active pre-flop and finding some aggressive 3-bets and finding some nice aggression post-flop as well. I think his red line has been quite strong. King Jack off for the cowboy hat. Lacho coming along for the ride. And Seaman as well. Not electing to squeeze with the Jack-9 suited. Just going to peel on the button. Alvaro with the Queen-8. Does he have any devilish intentions here, or is he just going to come along for the ride? Just calls. One of those kind of hands that can perform well sometimes as a 3-bet. With the Queen-8, you get hands like Queen-10 off, Queen-Jack off to fold. So you drive out some hands that dominate you. But versus 3 players, and not an awful lot of dead money in the pot, just a non-straddled situation. Just going to come along for the ride. And Seaman here checks back his 9s and 7s in position 4 ways, and it's going to be Alvaro that will take the initiative now, 15 into 22. That should get rid of the overcards, and Seaman is going to fancy coming along, you feel? Deuce on the river, very inconsequential, not completing any form of draw that Alvaro could have been semi-bluffing with. And he does just wave the white flag there. I think the option for him was to use that 8 to fire through where the blocker would become somewhat relevant. And now Seaman has to think, what hands can I target right now? Are there going to be 10-9s, 9-8s, 9-6s? Sure. Maybe even some hands like pocket 5s and pocket 6s in there. So I think a check here would be a little weak. I think we want to be targeting some holdings. And also we benefit from being a little bit under-repped, checking back the flop. It does look a little bit more like we're going to have hands like Miss Spades, 4-5 suited, 5-6 suited. Goes for 10, which is a bit of an uninspiring size, I think. I think our hand's worth a lot more than 10 here into 52. Although maybe he has intentions of inducing a check raise from his opponent, which is what he's going to get. So let's see what the plan was from him. Nope, does snap it off. So Actually goes for a creative line there and gets the bite. Sorry if I missed your message, Lovazir, who says, do you know what country the player is from? Yes. So Simon there, just taking that pot, is from Poland. We've got Josip, who is currently not at the table with that swanky gold jacket in seat 4. He's from Croatia. Marvin in the cowboy hat in seat 6 is from Germany. Alvaro, who went for a little cheeky check raise there with the Queen 8, got snappity dappity dude, is from Spain. Federico has been the active player. He's from Italy. Dragan is from Macedonia. And Ladislav is from Slovakia. So lots of different nationalities on our feature table. Siman coming in for the open to 10 euros. Mateus. I think this hand is a pure 3-bet with the 7-6 of diamonds. I think we want to be taking this one upstairs. Let's see if he agrees. He does. Goes to 40. And gets the ace-10 to fold, so nicely done. I think we want to be continuing with ace-10. I can see folding like ace-9, ace-8 offsuit, but you know, if our opponent is going to have in cash games at 100 big blinds plus a bit more of a linear range, so it's just going to have some hands like 10-9 suited and Jack-10 suited, and of course these suited connectors, some suited broadways, then maybe a little on the passive side, just getting away with the ace-10, but what do I know? I just play Omaha mostly. Macho popping it up with the king-7 of diamonds here, going to 15. Guessing we have the straddle back in play. And Mateus interested with his ace-queen offsuit. Certainly likely to see a 3-bet. Does go for 57 by the looks of things. So just south of 4x. And Lacho put to the test and doesn't fancy coming along for the ride. So another 3-bet, another raise and take. Back to back for Mateus. Alvaro is taking his chances with the 9-8, a little bit wide, but why not? Let's get in the mix here. Mateus meets that with a 3-bet, punishes the wide open, and Josip now, coming back from whatever he was up to, finds himself with ace-queen in the small blind. And you would feel like the 4-bet is a matter of when, not if. What? Come on, man. A little bit on the weaker end of things. Maybe locking up the win for the cash game challenge. I mean, there is actually merit to that because we've only got 15 minutes of the stream left and he is winning by quite considerable margin right now. So I do feel like ace queen offsuit though is a little bit too strong to back down from. And you can see here Dragan agrees. The Macedonian is going to take the chance to come in for the cold four. Makes it 77 to go. Doesn't have to go too big because he's facing Mateus, who's only south of 300 on the 5 straddle. So it's kind of a 60 big blind effective situation. A 2.5x 4 bet seems pretty reasonable out of position.
It was an 8, I saw an 8.
Jedna na pas. Redovka. Smak. Počte tu pas.
No fold? No fold?
Na 6, na 10, 4.
Dragan going for the spicy 5x raise, blind versus blind into the German. Marvin here with the king 7, blind versus blind. Not going to be shying away. $9.95, so Dragan does flop 2 pair, does have a backdoor flush draw as well. Interesting theatrics with the style of the c-bet. Does get a customer out of the king high, not looking to bow down with the backdoor straight draw and the overcard. The queen now emerging on the turn, and Dragan, you would feel, should be maneuvering into a check. Marvin now, does he feel like this king 7 is going to have enough showdown versus this check? He does, so he'll just check it back. Ace on the river. So his king high does play. But it's hard to say what he could beat at this stage. You know, 7-8, 8-6-7, 6-8, all going to be gut shots, likely firing the turn. Jack 10, Jack 8, likely to fire the turn at a decent clip. So King 7 here, really, it's only really just chopping with some king highs. And Dragan does go for the bet of €6, which is the milk. And does get the value that he was looking for. Nice little creative stab there, a little block ski with the 2 pair. Gives his opponent a bit of a rub down style glance, as if to say, what the hell were you calling with, mate? But the bet designed to target the king high and does the job. So for those of you not in the know, we are going to be finishing this stream in around about 10 minutes time. We're going to take a short break and then we're going to be back for some rip-roaring 2-2 PLO, and it's not going to be 2-2. I can guarantee you that. I think based on the lineup, we're seeing lots of guys that are playing higher stakes than 2-2, including local legends Alan Sabo, Oliver Tott, both playing regularly upwards of 10-10. We saw Martin Kaneko, who's been doing some commentary for us over the past couple of days. Very knowledgeable player from Sweden representing Valuetown. Also have a Finn. They're always good action. A Ukrainian, a Dutch player, and another Slovakian. So looking forward to that one. Stay tuned. And if you fancy checking out our socials and some of the updates from the tournaments that are running at the moment, we had the final table of the horses. I'm not sure if that's finished yet, but the 500 euro horses main event was down to a final table a little bit earlier. I saw a live video on Instagram. You can check that out over at the Festival OG on Instagram. We're of the same name on Facebook. And for all of the updates throughout the week, and of course, information on the upcoming stops in 2025, get yourself over to thefestival.com if you're looking to find out what's going on site in the form of the Banco Casino, which will be closing its doors to casino games in this current location in around about a month's time, which will mean more activity from a poker standpoint. As we heard from Banco Casino representative Jan that they're going to be looking to become one of the biggest and best venues for live poker in Europe, looking to challenge the likes of Rozvadov. So big intentions being made from Banco Casino, moving their casino business elsewhere and going to be focusing on poker in their prime city center location here in Bratislava. Let's get back to the action, shall we? So Queen 6 for Seaman in the big blind, facing the straddle. Federico not looking to take a stab at it, but the overcard may change things now. With these two holdings, it's just going to be a question of who wants it more. Whoever strikes first likely to take down the pot, and it's going to be Seaman here. Fancy is representing that overcard and is going to bet 3/4 pot and gets the snap fold, exactly what he was looking for. Picks up a little bit of a pickup towards the end of the stream there, so nicely done. I thought we were going to see the big all-in earlier between Mateus and Josip. It was queens versus aces, but Mateus just flatting the 3-bet. So we haven't seen so many huge pots. We saw Josip versus Seaman as well, with the Queen Jack suited coming in for the cold 4-bet. Gets the call from queens. And we saw the river raise when he completed his straight. The board came King Queen 10, so we flopped middle pair and an open ender, turned deuce and raised the queens and got the call. Raised the straight, sorry, and got the call from the pocket queens. So Josip is up around about 400 euros and looks to be, despite him having 9-3 off in this occasion, a bit more inactive as the stream comes to a close, potentially looking to lock up that equity for qualifying for the weekend package final, where some of these cash game players will have the chance to win a festival series package for next year with the value of around about 1,700 euros. That includes a main event buy-in, includes the full hospitality package with all of the excursions, and of course the hotel. So if you check out some of our partners, which are listed across the top of our screen here, the likes of Unibet, Bet365, Party Poker, iPoker, Coolbet, BetSafe, Novibet, etc. Hundreds of players have won their packages and also seat-only qualifiers to this event, and will be playing the main event which has already started, day 1B today. And the culmination of that tournament will be on Sunday, where we should likely see a prize pool of much north of 500,000 euros, with the winner taking home over 100,000.
Last maybe 1 or 2 weeks.
Plus additional time.
25?
From floor. Extra time. Yeah. 3 minutes normal plus from floor.
Nie, osmička bola goal pick fake a divina bola bet fake a po sedmičku.
A raise, a call, a squeeze with the 7-5 suited. So a little bit of action towards the end of the stream here. Seaman getting a bit frisky with the old suited one gapper. NLH with his own suited one gapper will come along for the ride, and you feel like Seaman is about 101 on the exchange to take this one down. Any kind of bet should get the job done here on the ace king king. Goes for 10. Will that be the end of it for Lacho, or does he have any devilish intentions of doing something silly? Doesn't. Frisky, frisky with the little show as well. Couple more hands to round out the No Limit Hold'em stream. And then we will take that aforementioned break, and we will be back for what is advertised as 2-2 PLO, but I can promise you it's going to be everything but 2-2 PLO. Are we going to get the 10 straddle on? Come on! Not today.
We can play now.
Dragan from Macedonia, not looking to forego any EV. Seaman in the cutoff, fresh off of his little 7-5 suited 3-bet, is going to make it, I think, 15. Federico out the way, Alvaro has no hand, and it's over to Josip, who has king 8 suited. Very nice holding. Is he going to call? Is he going to 3-bet? He does make the call. And flops best on king jack 9. Sometimes advantageous to start to set up multi-street bluffs with our weakest pairs that we open, but sixes is going to bet. Gets the call from Josip with his patented little flick of the chip. And does turn 2 pair, so a rather pretty sight for him as he improves versus hands like ace king, versus hands like king 10, king queen, and even aces. Seaman here is going to load up the clip with the sixes with the heart. Goes 60 into 54, and will not be seeing Josip going anywhere with this king 8. Very happy to come along, pretend to be a little weaker than his current monstrous 2-pair holding. And you feel, if we do bet the turn, are we going to just pile in a massive bet on the river here, or at least we actually turn a river, some kind of semi-relative blockers? But nope, Seaman decides to give up. He did go for the small overbet on the turn, just looking to pounce on some Jack X, some 9X. Didn't, unfortunately, get the outcome he was looking for, and waves the white flag on the river. three-way action here to close things out. Alvaro opening, sorry, just peeling on the button with his ace-3. Lacho having opened with the 5-4 seems like a pretty good candidate now to bet. We've got a gut shot. We've got essentially the nut low. We can get all sorts of better holdings to fold, such as Alvaro's ace-3, and also Dragan's 9-7 is just not really going to be looking to continue here. So Lacho gets the job done and shows the bluff. What a play. Takes down the 50 € pot, as Josip is the big winner, and definitely have seen a slight tighten up from him, but about a 500 € profit for the player from Croatia. And that's going to be the end of our stream. So thanks very much for joining us here for the first of 2 streams tonight. It's been the 2-2 Hold'em stream, and we will be going to a 20-minute break, and we'll be back for the PLO action. See you shortly.
Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in defenseless. I'm about to crawl on my knees, I'm so relentless. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys, making me a believer. Looking like, I need Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in defenseless. About to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like, I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like. Trying not to hit the wall with my conscience. Take me out, take me on like a light switch. Anxiety had me strapped in defenseless. About to crawl on my knees, I'm so electric. I need a minute to breathe. I'm just waiting to see you. Looking like, baby, come get the keys. Making me a believer. Looking like, I need
Hello and welcome back for continued coverage of the Festival Cash Game Challenge. As we see a good friend of mine, Alan Sabo, here on the feature table, handing round tequila shots by the looks of things. And I believe we are joined by Lemon Poker.
In case you didn't know already,
Are you there, sir?
it's going to be live streamed. It's going to be a 30-minute delay, and it's a part of the Cash Game Challenge, which means that we play for exactly 2 hours. It's going to be 2-2 PLO4 cards, and it's free straddles. You can straddle as much as you want or like. And after the 2 hours, we'll count who won the most number of big blinds. And for the first stream today was Texas. The amount was 220 something. So I guess you will beat that within 10 minutes, but just so you know. So the person who gets the most number of blinds won during that stream, and this one will go through the flip on Sunday. It's going to be a flip between 6 people then, one from each day, and you have the chance to win the package for our next stop.
And what's the when is the next stop?
In Rostov in June 2025. And if you're not here on Sunday, we will play for you. So it will be live streamed on Instagram, so you can watch from home and you can still win.
I heard it's a Cape Town, no?
No, that's the Handle Mob. That's for the Handle Mob. So this package is for the next festival stop in June. Alright, any questions?
Yes, can we make a mandatory straddle, please?
Sorry?
Can we make a mandatory straddle?
Yeah, up to you guys.
It's 2 to 5, yeah? 2 to 5? Yeah. 2 to 5 and the 10 is optional. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, you can buy on the table with cash. Yeah.
Okay, and can you send me the link for this stream?
Yeah, sure. It's
I'm just gonna YOLO with this and then just go back.
for Twitch, the handle is Festival OG.
Can you send me the link? Is it also on YouTube?
No, it's not live on YouTube. No, it's not live. It's going to be up. It will be live on YouTube.
But it was earlier this week. Yes,
So, can I just follow the link?
Okay, then
Can I click this? I need to send it to my girlfriend. This one?
of course, you will be happy if you post the link on your handles as well. To help us get more people.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Bangkok Casino, where we are waiting for our lead commentator right now. Can we hear each other? And we are here in Bratislava at the festival series, of course.
Because for the production it's better when you play like
Yeah, but we can play 2 to 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the festival series at Bangkok Casino in Bratislava.
better if we make it 5-5.
No, because they count the big blind as a 5, but if we make 2 to 5, they count the big blind as 3. So
We don't want it 5-5 because then it's not good for the challenge.
Yeah. So we make a 2 to 5.
It's good for you all.
And double mandatory maybe 2. Up to you. Me and him, we are going definitely double straddle.
And they are talking about straddles. We of course are in Bratislava right now.
Okay, so just get everything on mute as we were listening to the developments on the table. The guys were having a little bit of a negotiation
And the music too?
about what exactly they wanted to do, but it looks like we're going to start with 225, optional 10, optional 20, etc. Good friend of mine, Alan, you can see in seat 6, will surely be driving the action. He's bought in pretty deep. Looks like he's in for 5k.
Only about 200 euros was won in the first one, which actually is nothing.
So not sure what Alan's got, but Barry's in there with double suited ace, jack, jack 4. Thomas. Oh, Alan's got king, king, jack, jack. So strong start for him, although it is the rainbow form. And Riku instantly in the mix in seat 3 with the squeeze with the rainbow aces. So we got rainbow aces versus rainbow king, king, jack, jack. Alan's not going to be folding. And that may allow Thomas Yeah, he gets in there kind of wide with the 10-10-9-4, and that means that Barry is also going to come along with the ace jack jack
Aces.
4.
I
So
don't know
this
about
is a
aces,
good
but
indication
aces,
of the
aces,
action
wow, this is crazy.
that we're going to be seeing from this stream.
Right away.
And look at that, Barry just
Two
flopping
jacks in,
the
and we have a flop
absolute
straight.
joint with the nut flush.
And a flop flush.
Swing and a miss
Uh-oh.
for
Trouble right away. And all in, of
pretty
course.
much everyone
with the
else,
flush.
just trying to work out if anyone's got anything
very,
to
very
call
short.
this
I'm
lead
guessing
jam by
this
Barry
is
here,
not
who's going to
all
lead
to
jam
call.
for about 300 into 800,
Thomas.
which seems reasonable. Four-handed, it's going to get checked back a lot, and he doesn't want to allow guys with hands like two pair to realize
Actually, no,
free
yeah,
equity.
straight. We have the ace jack jack. Oh. And we're off to the races.
You already beat that to the big line record.
Just sit out now for the rest of the night. Don't play hunter.
To be fair, by the end of the festival, it's probably gonna be like 1/3 of the price, right? So then 2,750 blinds. That's a decent amount of blinds.
It's fun. First hand with aces, pot, and four call. Is it only four card or we do half? Yeah, five card.
You have aces, you have kings and jacks. Suit. First time. Yeah.
10-10-9.
So Barry is going to fold the ace queen jack 3 there. I'm not sure why. A little bit tight. Pretty strong hand there in the small blind on a... Well, to be fair, there are 3 straddles, but still, definitely good enough to open. And Thomas is going to go for the isolation. Martin goes for the limp call. So Thomas versus Martin here. Martin flopping bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw. Thomas really doesn't have much at all, but will favor himself on this ace high board. And you feel like Martin simply has to just get out the way here.
I understand you cannot too comfortable.
So currently 7-handed, but I believe we'll be having one more player joining us very shortly. Will be for sure an action game. Wooter over in seat 1, getting out the way there. Barry also following suit. So Martin in the big blind limping with this tri-suit King 10 7-5, which is quite ambitious. Alan also coming in for a limp. Tom completing with the 8-4-4-4 single, and Martin no option but to check his triple straddle option. And let's have a look. What do we got here? So 8-6-3. Alan does have bottom 2 with a gut shot. Martin has an open ender. Thomas has top pair with a backdoor flush draw. The other Martin has a gut shot. Double gut shot, actually. Just folds. And we're going to go heads up to a turn as Martin check calls Alan's stab of 50 euros. Not a great card for Alan with the flush completer. Both players are club free. And a 6 on the river is exactly what Alan is looking for here. Rivering a boat, looking to maybe get paid by some weak flushes that could still potentially be in Martin's range, but for the most part, not going to be able to get paid. and doesn't on this occasion. So as you can see, Alan is in for around about 4K. That's a mighty stack, and we'll be putting those chips to good use. Mark my words on that one. A fearless player, has a lot of experience in both high stakes live online tournaments and cash games.
Yeah, yeah. Cheers, guys. The game can be cheers.
We have more? No? Ah, cheers. Cheers. You want more?
No.
Why?
That's the addictive thing of poker.
So Barry opening it up with the King, Queen, Jack 10. And as you can see, this is not your ordinary 2-2 game. So many straddles going on, and Alan driving the action here with the Jack 5-4-3 single. We go to 8-8 deuce, no flush draw or any form of equity really for either player. Alan goes with a small C bet. Looks like he makes it 80 to go. And gets Barry out of the way. Alan mucks it. And a good sign of intent from the Slovakian on what to expect from him. He is not going to be folding, that's for sure. These guys are going to have a bit of a headache with him at the table. And we're here for it. That's exactly what we want to see on these cash game challenges. Big pots, big variance. And it's going to be a question of who's got the minerals to keep up with his relentless aggression.
Pressure from the street. Yeah, my girlfriend is watching all the ones. You see, you need to behave.
Oyster SH says, good work from Wise Guy. Discipline in the boys. Yeah, he doesn't take any prisoners, does our man. On the floor, announcing to everyone the permutations of the cash game challenge, which offers a bit of value in the form of the winner of tonight's cash game challenge in the form of the most big blinds won. So the bar was set at 220 big blinds from the Hold'em stream, but it's so likely that this will be easily eclipsed in the PLO game. Will get themselves into the flip out for some festival packages that will be to the next stop in 2025. So Thomas with quads just takes that one down. And Wuta said he had 10, so there could have been a collision, but unfortunately we didn't see it.
Dobrý stolíček sa dáme na spadek. Hej? Aby ten tyď je v pohode. No. Dáme tequilu. Môžeme tequilu? Tequilu. Naozaj. Dáme tequilu, veď to je... To je ľudí, fakt.
Riku coming in hot with the open. King, Queen, Jack, Jack, certainly going to be popping it up here as Martin finds the aces and, of course, responds with the 3-bet. No other significant hands to speak of. And we're going to be going heads up to a flop, I believe. Barry with his ace king 10-10 rainbow, certainly not going to be cold calling, not closing the action. And Riku does call. So off to the races here, and what a flop for Riku. Flopping pretty much the joint here, middle set with the king blocker. Martin in no man's land on this board with those dry aces, not even a backdoor flush draw to boot, or even a gut shot. Would have liked to have had at least a queen or a 10 in his hand to potentially consider putting the rest in, but I think a fair check back with those dry aces. And now Riku will certainly not be concerned about any form of diamonds in his opponent's range. At 1 SPR, you're likely to see your opponent just send it in. And I like this sizing here, third pot. Trying to make life difficult for this exact type of holding aces with a gut shot, and does get the fold. Could even go really, really small there, just because your opponent is so unlikely to have much board interaction. So a bet of, say, 15 to 20% can make that hand class even more indifferent. Double straddle mandatory. Here we go. So, as promised, it's not going to be a 2-2 game, guys. It's going to be pretty juicy. Riku now, having cracked the aces in the last hand, now is going to find double suited aces in the second straddle, which is the absolutely ideal spot to pick them up. Alan, he can have just about anything here. Makes it 75 to go on the 20 straddle. Seaman, okay, in the hijack, he folds. Interesting name. And there are those glorious double-suited aces. Just in an absolute dream world here versus Alan's wide opening range is going to come in for the pot. And Alan, even though he's got a pair in his hand, it's not the worst hand to defend a 3-bet with, considering the connectivity. And the fact that he's got middling cards, which are not necessarily going to interact with his opponent. They're just going to gamble it in pre. I think Martin's in there with the 7-6-6-4. This stream is getting absolutely out of line already. Love to see it. And it's going to be three-way flipperments with Riku having the lion's share and the other two guys propping up the lineup. And Alan has, 1 second, I think the board was it Jack 9-8? Ace is still winning, I believe. Flush draw available. There's a set of 9s for Alan. I think that's going to get it done. No one's got a 10 in their hand or any kind of straight. So Alan finds a way to get there. Riku's aces and flop 2 pair just going up in smoke on the river there. The turn queen gave Martin the flush draw as well. But Alan comes up trumps on the river, and that's going to be a nice 1.1k pot being slid over to the Slovakian early doors. Don't have any information on seat 5 at present, but I will fill you in as soon as I know. So Alan opening it up once again with pretty wide range. The 5-4-3-3 double gets a couple of customers in here hunting a flop. Barry absolutely smoking the flop here with the open-ender and the queen-high flush draw, plus blockers for the straight. Could definitely consider leading this combo. Going to go check quite a lot, and there is the flush. So flush over flush situation for Barry versus Alan. Does have the 10 blocker as well, which makes life a lot easier. Riku having a little check. Senkel, nice to have you in the chat. Says, finally, the return of the great George. Well, that's an opinion shared by you and you only. Just doing my job here. I'll be doing some PLO commentary tonight. We've got the final day of the Hendermob Championship tomorrow, which is a smaller buy-in mass field tournament, which will be going on into the early hours. Looking forward to broadcasting that one for you guys. And of course, it's going to be the 550 main event over the weekend. Looking forward to that one with over 100,000 for the winner and a bumper prize pool guaranteed. Over 200 packages across our partners have been distributed via the online satellites. And as I hear from my counterparts at the Banco Casino, things are livening up early into the week. Especially in the mixed game streets, right? Martin with a very mandatory pot, and he does exactly that. Alan and Thomas here with his relatively half-decent kings. Not amazing, but he knows that Alan's range is super capped here, so even if he's behind Martin's aces, he's going to get a lot of value from potting. So Alan's got the queen-high rundown, as he mentions. That's a king-high board, so Tom's almost got it locked up. Wow, there's some outs for Alan. No, not to be. As Thomas, with his set of kings, is going to take that one down. Martin had the queen to chop, and that was about it. And Alan turned a wrap, but not to be. The other Martin was in there with 8-7-6-5, not able to really connect. Was looking for an offsuit 4 on the river. And absolutely rambunctious action here early on in the what was advertised as a 2-2 PLO stream, but is in fact just straddles all the way around the table, essentially. Look at the size of that pot. There's probably well over 100 unique chips in there. Solid PLO action. I can sense the sarcasm from here. We're seeing some pretty big gambles so far. Martin from Slovakia in seat 4 did come in with the 7-6-6-4 single cold earlier on for a little gamble of the 300. Just pumped in the old 8 high rundown there, which was, to be fair, quite reasonable considering the stream. But certainly no one taking their foot off the gas early on in the stream. I think the majority of the action we're going to see is going to come from seat 4, seat 6, and seat 7. The two Slovakians and Tom, who plays much bigger stakes than this. In fact, I was commentating on him in Tallinn on some 25-50. So a drop in the ocean for him, and despite the fact that he took down a 4K pot, I don't think that's going to have any kind of significant change in his financial situation. So Martin goes for the trappy limp here with the double suited kings on the 20 straddle, allowing Alan to come along with king 5-4 deuce rainbow. And I know we definitely want to complete this +1 semi-wide, but certainly seems ambitious. Martin, again, starting with a check here, laying the trap once more. Really strong hand here with the overpair, the flush draw.
Yeah. I think that's the 8 game as well. But I need to play one bullet in the main event as well. I might focus tomorrow.
Stig, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Maybe I was, says Senko. Did you play the horses event? And he says, where am I going to play next? I'm going to Barcelona on Monday. I'm going to play some cash games there with a friend. Maybe check out the Barcelona Champions League game. And then I'm heading to Belgium for some live PLO cash games. And I think they also have a 500 euro PLO and some Hold'em stuff, which is of slightly lower importance for me personally. How about you? What are you doing to close out the year? Any sights on the WPT? So quite tough to follow when we've got the triple straddle on and all sorts of, well, basically every man and his dog limping in there. So 5-way limp pot here on the triple straddle. No one really with a decent holding apart from Martin in seat 9. So we'll go for Slovak Martin and Martin the Swede, just to make things a little bit easier. Ah, yes, of course, Prague. Going to skip that one this year. Usually turns into a bit too much carnage for me. I'm trying to keep a bit more of a lower profile. So Martin the Swede versus Slovak Martin, driving it with the pot size bet with the 2 pair here. And the low wrap simply not looking to continue. Yeah, I noticed that they've added a lot of stuff, right? There's a mixed games main event, which is certainly a good move for that company. Gives them somewhat of a USP in terms of the higher stakes festivals. And let's go to the cumulative winnings so far. So it's going to be Tom with a bit of a resurgence. And you can see we had the No Limit Hold'em stream earlier, which was 220 big blinds as the winner. And Tom is already up over 400 big blinds. So that is somewhat of a disadvantage for the No Limit Hold'em guys that are trying to win the cash game challenge. They're going to have to do an awful lot, as simply, what are we? Just under 25 minutes into the stream, and already Tom has doubled the bar that was set earlier on.
My friend from the Middle East.
Yeah, the ace 5 3 deuce with the nut suit. Certainly a favorable PLO8 hand. Maybe lacking some high components, but still not really one that you're looking to fold from any position. But PLO4's high definitely doesn't really favor the low wheel cards. So some pretty juicy hands here. We've got the ace, queen, queen, 4 double, which is surely going to get squeezed up, and does. Even Martin, the Swede here, with the ace, jack, 9, 5. Double suited, but a little bit too disconnected to consider any kind of cold call. And his stack depth doesn't really warrant it either. And Alan and Barry surely will be coming along. Barry's got the queen high rundown, single suited. Alan's hand isn't actually so strong facing this action, but it's Alan. He's in the mix. Seven, 3 deuce rainbow. Not a bad board for Thomas here with the overpair, the gut shot, the 2 backdoor flush draws. 3 ways makes life quite interesting. He's just going to pot it in and say, you know what, guys, if one of you have got some kind of ropey set or 2 pair, then good luck to you. He can even fold Barry off of a hand like weak kings here. And does choose to just drive it in. I think he was playing 2 SPR with Barry and around about 5 SPR with Alan. And Alan is one of those players that could definitely have something pretty strong here, even on this board.
I mean, how can you not fold with like
Okay, cheers, guys. Cheers. Who doesn't have? Who doesn't have? You have? No, it's for you. Oh, I don't drink.
Okay, thank you.
Nobody drinks. He's
Everyone is drinking, right?
expect.
No, I don't.
Alan really driving the drinking activity, so nothing's changed there. We've played many private games with Alan, and he loves to get the rounds in, hand them around the table, and get everyone in a festive spirit, let's say.
orange?
No, it just.
They didn't have any lemons.
No, they just the thing. Like you drink white tequila with lemon and the brown tequila with.
Oh, is it? Okay, I don't know anything about tequila. I don't know.
But this tequila is really good.
I believe you.
Slovak Martin with
Can I get the water?
an interesting limp here with the tri-suit. I think with the ace blocker, you don't mind just raising it up and initiating the action yourself. Looking to somewhat thin out the field. When you limp here, it's just going to go super multi-way, and having 3 of the same suit is going to limit our post-flop playability. So we kind of want to make it at least 2 or 3-handed, I think, with the ace blocker that limits some of the 3-betting activity from behind as well.
Sound like our problem.
Alan is going to pounce on that, punishing from the small blind with the king 10 9 6 try. I know, I think he overlimped, and then Thomas was actually the one driving the action. So let's see if Martin comes along with his naked top pair. He doesn't. But Alan, with the backdoor flush draw and the gut shot, will come along.
Chris. I mean, it was first on the list, and he did say it was first.
Looking for the queen, but finds 3rd pair. And Thomas is going to turn 2 pair. So even with that bottom gutter as well.
You're the best.
Give me a headache, camel with spin it up.
Ale tento hra. No,
So definitely the red hot start to the stream that we were expecting here. 2, 2, 5, 10 seems to be the norm. 20 optional. Haven't yet seen the 40, but I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time before the straddles are going twofold around the table.
yeah, of course. Every shot like love to take your 5 cards. All the shots like love to take your 5 cards. No, shorts are
40. Na trojka 40.
better.
Štvorka pas 6 pas.
Absolutely.
40. 4, 6, 7 pas. 40. Yep. 8 pas. Či 7 pas. 9 kol, 1 kol. A 2 kol.
Everything under. Don't tell him, okay? Don't tell him what it is. I put it under my elbow.
No, what?
For good luck, of course.
Set for Martin here. Just trying to work out if anyone else has got anything. Yes, Riku has the gut shot with the nut flush draw, so we're going to be seeing for sure the chips fly in between Martin and Riku does follow it up.
You won't start to play tight. You won't play tight from now. Sir, I give you good luck for your Velociraptor.
Don't do the stream.
I give you good luck for Velociraptor.
Don't watch the stream.
Okay? Okay. I give you good luck. Where from?
I think we may have just lost the background audio, so apologies for that, because there is some pretty entertaining table chat going on, but it's going to be Martin up against Riku here. Set versus gut shot and flush draw, which is a pretty fair fight, but Martin with the equity advantage.
Diamond on the turn. I'm sorry, my friend.
Having the ace as well blocks one of the outs as well, so Riku looking for an ace, a 4 or a diamond. Martin simply looking to avoid those cards or essentially kill things off on a 3 or a deuce.
Jack.
And Riku doesn't just get there once, he gets there twice, and that's going to get the job done. Just under a 1k pot in the Battle of the Scandinavians is going to slide over to Finland on this occasion.
Lucky. Okay, we all reload with tequila. Of course.
I need my own stand. Také niečo, hej.
Môžeme servis. Môžeme ešte tequilu šetriť? 6 krát.
Máme iba strunu a dvojky zatiaľ.
So a bit of an antithesis there as Alan piling into the tequilas, sat next to a man enjoying a honey tea.
No triple sable? Oh my god.
Is that Dan, the big man in the chat? Welcome, welcome, sir. Glad to have you in the mix. And thanks to all of you joining us across our many streaming platforms. Looks like we have the audio back on. Good stuff. So Alan opening it up on the 20 straddle with the Queen 6-4 deuce double. Barry coming along with his Jack High rundown. Riku out the way. Tens, bit of connectivity, but rainbow seems fair enough, and Martin for sure will be coming in for a call closing the action. So quite a few ways for there to be some collisions here. You feel like Alan will likely be following up with his bottom two on the dry ace-high board. Goes for the third pot sizing. Barry for sure will be getting out the way, and then Martin, no option but to continue. Top pair with the gut shot to the wheel. Ace on the turn. Martin taking the lead now, improving to trips. Alan finds a flush draw with his bottom two. Goes for 125, which is just south of third pot. Setting up potentially a move on the river. Let's see if he's going to fire it all in. Yep, there we go. Trying to represent a hand like ace four, ace deuce, ace king, ace jack. He says dva pady, which is Slovakian for two pair. Could have gone for tri pady with the old deuce four, deuces, fours, and aces playing, but unfortunately Martin sniffs it out there with the ace queen, and Alan's triple barrel doesn't come into play on this occasion. So the two biggest action players on the table colliding once again, and this time it's Martin who's going to be the benefactor of a big pot there. Great start to the feature table. Feel free to share if you're enjoying it. All of the information on the rest of the week will be live over at thefestival.com, including the release of the dates of the 2025 schedule. So keep your eyes and ears peeled for that one. And here we have the 40 straddle, and of course it's Alan, right in the thick of it. Not perturbed, having bluffed it off to his Slovakian counterpart. Takes a little sip, chucks the 40 straddle on, and it's back to business. It's quite an interesting spot for Alan in the last hand, holding spades as well. I don't think anyone is going to fold an ace to him based on his table image, so potentially a bit of autopilot there. Wish they played with a big blind ante so the action wasn't so nitty. He says with an average pot size of 200 big blinds so far. You can only imagine what the waiting list would be like if this was on one of the major sites. So King 7 Deuce Rainbow, swing and a miss for both players, although Riku now picks up a flush draw alongside his third pair. It's kind of a nice hand to bet with these super wide ranges. You could maybe get some hands like 10s, 9s, 8s to fold. Some weak Jack X. But instead he check calls. And Alan backdoor strips here. Having gone for a bit of thin value with second pair on the turn, no backup. And finds the Gin River. Alan going for round about half pot. Just north. And Riku with the 7 does wave the white flag. Not ideal holding that 9 of hearts. Interacts with some of the semi-bluffs on the turn that may have followed through.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Takes it down.
That's why like in Malta they didn't have any features. It's not the same, is it?
Cheers, guys.
Sure. I'll have an orange slice this time, I guess.
Okay, can I?
Yeah. Someone pass.
Get one for your mate. A počkaj, nech to učí. Počkaj. Nebol to vyžúvaný? On nepije.
Listed over 40.
Is it fresh one? Check it. Na zdravie. Na zdravie. Na zdravie.
Nostravia, Slovakian for cheers. Wow, that was a mighty gulp there from Wuta, making up for his lack of VPIP with a pretty hearty effort at the alcohol consumption.
116, dvojka pas, trojka pas.
So we may see that change later on as the spirits start to tickle. Mr. Seaman here with the Ace, King, Queen 3. Facing the raise and a call. Martin's here to play, loving his contribution so far. Just not a folder, is he?
7. Šestka raise, 7.
This is what I need.
Sedmička raise.
Yeah, so good point. Banco will be removing the casino aspect and turning into a fully fledged poker room from around about a month's time. So yeah, towards the end of 2024, beginning of 2025, looking to rival the likes of King's Casino and Rozvodov, trying to offer some of the biggest low to mid stakes tournaments out there with even more capacity and more table count. You're likely to see the guarantees shoot up. And of course, having lost some of the competition as the main competitor in Slovakia did move outside of the city. So who's going to win this one? Alan has 2 pair, 8s and 7s. And he's up against simply ace high and a pair of queens. And that's going to get the job done for Alan. 2.3k pot there with his absolute napkins. The drinks are flowing and the action is a-going. Yeah, Dan's saying he came to the conclusion recently that poker and drinking don't mix. I think I figured that out about a decade ago, but it's definitely a struggle to implement that knowledge. Yeah, it is pretty awesome. It's good for live poker, and I think live poker is certainly booming just about everywhere right now. And Banco offering the platform for players of all bankrolls to play mass field tournaments and give themselves a chance at life-changing money on almost a weekly basis, not only from 2025 onwards, but across the last half a decade, is certainly a great thing for the game. It is the application. It depends on the atmosphere, the people you're surrounded with. Live poker it's why in recent times I've preferred to play online, keep a low profile, but certainly that doesn't go to down talk the amount of fun it is at the festival series, as you can see. Come on, Wuta, let's see a hand. Absolutely sent that spirit down the hatch and is yet to play anything, as also identified by I Like Trains. It's definitely not rigged, so I'll tell you that much for free. Yeah, having poker away from the casino as well, there's a very kind of, I don't know what the word is, but in many ways, a casino's business is geared towards converting poker into casino, right? So when you actually have the poker room as just raw poker, it sends a bit of a different message. So Martin, having flopped the nuts with the redraw here, slightly downgrades as now the emergence of Queen 10 possible, but in a game this wide with this much action, we're not going to be too worried about that.
There's Franco value and all that.
But certainly isn't going to be able to profitably check raise and get the money in now. So the check call seems justified. Maybe allows Alan in behind as well. Rivering a flush. And Thomas giving up on the river.
Chinese.
Flush.
Chinese straight flush.
Dobra. No, 6D. How much? 1K. Okay, 6 z cisco, right?
Yeah, I guess the issue is we've seen in the UK where I'm from, the live poker tournament circuit just completely declined due to UK Gaming Commission sort of regulatory stances which are extremely harsh. They don't identify poker players as being in kind of a career. So when you go and play there, you will essentially get unlimited questions about where the money came from, very strict limitations on how much you can withdraw if you're not able to prove income. Whereas the lifeblood of the players are, of course, playing for a living and are unable to provide a monthly wage. So it creates a lot of issues. And also recreational players that make their money in, let's say, nefarious activities are also heavily limited. So the games become a little bit dry. So Slovakia definitely has the advantage of not having such strict limitations towards what you can do, how much you can deposit, how much you can withdraw, for example. And that's why it's got such a upper hand in terms of the European poker economy.
No. Oh wait, there was a straddle 40 and he only called.
Yeah.
Middle.
So another five-way pot here, 202 in the middle. Alan has Queen 6-6. That looks to be... Walter's got a pretty nice hand, although it is tri-suited. Alan with middle set here. Martin has a gut shot to the straight flush. Alan's got 2 sets now. And Wouter has top 2, so 3 players with reasonable holdings. Surely going to start to see some money being flung in.
I have 2 sets. 2 sets are good. I have
2 sets are good. Wouter with the top 2 and the gut shot looking for an ace or a 7. Just the 15% equity.
What do you have?
Gut shot.
That's not going to do it. Alan makes all sorts of full houses there and takes it down 1.1k pot as Wouter playing his first hand of the feature table and getting absolutely ironed out by the chirpy Slovakian over in seat 7. I mean, it's not that much of an issue to go over from Vienna. You can fly into Vienna, get either a bus, train, taxi, whatever, and you can be in Bratislava in less than an hour, so I don't think it's too bad. Especially being in a Central European location, it's quite easy for a lot of players to drive. You see players coming from Slovenia, Hungary, Austria, of course.
He give you also 10. Give him 10.
But yeah, I know what you mean. It's not ideal, especially at the buy-in level, because any form of extra inconvenience or expense will drive out a certain kind of target market.
Make it like competitive, right? Everybody can win until the last second.
Jakže nejdem 80? A nevieš nahodiť. Dobre, 80 je streľovatom.
But also the local economy in Slovakia with an average wage of around about 1,000 to 1,500 are simply getting driven out. So it's becoming a lot more of a situation where they're just attracting players from abroad to come over with hotel deals and such like. Is this 2-2 Omaha? Well, that's what we're advertising it as, but it's a massive game, really. It started at 2-2, and then the 5 was made mandatory. The 10 was then socially pressured into coming into existence, and now we've mostly got the 40 on, so pretty good action. Riku is going to drive it in with his double-suited kings. Alan has, again, a load of garbage, but he's going to gamble. Snowballed from there, exactly.
I don't have king. I have this.
So Alan's going to need a 10 here. Or a 7 or a queen. Oh, that's a nasty way to get there. That's the Jack 8 coming in for the Slovakian. So he wins the first board. And he's still not seeing any hearts on the last one. Flops top 2 there. Riku with no flush draw. He does have backdoor clubs. Or the deuce. But there's a full house for Alan. Needs to fade the king now. And he's going to take the lot with Jack 10, 8-5 triple. Holy moly. Alan absolutely taking souls here. Just rifling it in with random cards. And winning the lottie.
East or west, food is the best.
Ale čo to bolo, že daj Jacka, nech mám pokoj.
Ale vy on vie, čo má dať, proste. On je z pohraničia.
Nasty business that, finding a way to win on both boards.
Počkaj. Pre tvoje modré oči. Preto odkiaľ si. A preto brucho.
Dobre. Máme
Dobre, Alanko, daj mi 50 naspäť.
na 6 batom. Hýr stredu.
Keď si povedal 500, tak rozmýšľam aj 50.
Rýchle 10.
Na napičku aspoň, na napičku. Tak ja mu to napijem, on si trafí.
Are you living?
I'm living.
Why you said thank you so much?
No, I mean, I'm alive.
Ah, okay. Is he going to give me back my 20 euro?
Apparently C1 owes Alan 20 euro. Don't think you're going to be seeing that one back, pal. So, with the stakes rising to astronomical levels compared to the advertised 2-2 game, we are going to see some players that maybe turned up hoping for a 2-2. Maybe we're happy to play 2-2-5 now, just simply getting martingaled out of the game. It is a great game to sit with sort of 300-400 euros and have multiple bullets, because you're just going to get so much dead money, squeezing opportunities. It's going to be super plus EV. But, of course, high variance. You're just getting spun by random 4 cards, and it's not Hold'em where you're going to have a pretty solid equity advantage. You're going to be mostly looking at 60-40s in the 4-card variant. Cannot show a bluff, don't have a bluff, he says, with the gut shot and the heart blocker. Gets the job done. Martin folding top pair there.
pot, yeah? Bomb pot. What's another?
So Alan up about $1,000. Thomas up 2.9k. They've been the two wrecking balls at the table, knocking out some of the lower stakes guys so far. Barry's even.
Single board, like one board.
And I'm not sure which Martin is which. But the biggest loser at the moment, Seaman.
Hello?
No, 6. Okay, 4 or 6? 4 or 6? 6. 7. 6. 6. 4. Okay, then 4 cards. 4 cards.
Neda? Okay, bomb pot is not possible.
Why? Okay, but single board pot is possible. Single board pot.
Okay, že vraj poslednú ruku si môžete dať bomb pot.
Oh, then we do 5 cards.
Last hand can be bomb pot.
Okay. Okay, then we do last hand now and do first hand next hand. This side?
Chápem.
20?
Dobre, tak povedal som, že poslednú.
Put 20.
So 2, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40. As we continue with the six-handed action here.
6, 20,
Do zakrutý.
sedmička, 40.
Strelu do zakrutý. You give me 100, I put 80. Okay.
Nabatne to nejde, hej? Nabatne to nejde.
Dobre. Tak ja som race 80. Okay guys, I'm race 40 and the first bring in is 80 minimum, so I can have action, okay? They say I can... no limping, No limping. Min race, okay?
Takže sedmička je...
No limping rule from Alan, looking to drive the action even higher, which I think would suit his style. He likes to play big pots, and I think he's, although he's a very jovial and active table member, he's definitely looking to create an advantage in any way, shape or form.
Nie, ale že keď chceš hrať, tak musíš dať 80, 40.
Sedmička dal blind race 40. A
If you want to play, you
8,
have to
9
put 80,
pas,
so I can have action.
2, it's blind race. 4.
It's a blind race.
Why not try? Prosím. 40.
Alan with the real hand, King Jack 9-8, and also on the 40 straddle. So Thomas is gonna fold. A couple of pretty decent holdings hitting the muck there. Seaman, is he gonna fancy his chances with the kings? He does raise. Alan calling in position, and once again absolutely annihilating the flop. He's got the jack with the open ender and the backdoor flush draw. His opponent, Seaman, has the overpair with the open ender and the backdoor flush draw. So, two pretty strong hands on this board.
150.
And you can take this a multitude of ways. You can check call, or I think versus the way that Alan's playing, check potting is just the way to go. And that's exactly what he's going to do. We should be way ahead of Alan's stabbing range on the flop here. Having raised pre, check the flop. You're going to get all sorts of stabs here that we're doing very well against. And the money's going in. Alan is looking for a jack. No additional equity there. And the 4 does not help. So the kings will hold up as Alan bricks off everything. His pair, his 2 pairs, his straight draw. Not going to improve on the 3-4 run out.
871.
That was pretty good against him on all the streets. He had no pleasure. King for him. 9, 8, 7, Może mała espresso, bo po prostu idzie. Not bad. No. Not 9. No, queen jack 8. Good fine.
Strap yourself. Dead on 8.
Nice hand. Now you put straight on, my friend. Of course. Now it's possible.
Takže sedmička straddle 40.
Okay, first bring in is 160.
Áno. A osmička dáva 80.
If you want to call, you cannot call. The first call is 160. Okay?
No limping.
No limping. First call is 160.
This is just getting out of line. Barry's loving it. You can see his wry smile there in the corner.
Can you actually raise?
Oni dávajú, že 5, 10, 20,
You has to fold can make 160.
Ešte raz.
Hit me baby one more time.
Ne, 6, 27, 40, 8, blind race 80.
Nie, to není blind race, to je race. Okay, what do
Big
you
blind je áno.
You minimize? Or you wait?
Áno. Počkaj, Big blind na dvojka, takže trojka je 5.
I go all in blind, of course.
No, ja tam.
Tequila, bum bum.
Ja som nevím o tom ani. Takže...
Počúvam, on dal 300. Ah, sorry. I don't see it. Surname?
Your name. Rico.
Surname.
Alan is going to drive the money in here versus Martin, who is all in for about 300.
And how much you play? 500.
1.1. Okay. One time? We go slow. One time. If you have aces, you're good. I have kings. One time. I know I'm gonna win this one.
Alan's got kings, not sure. Martin's got, looks like I can see at least one ace there.
8, 7, 6, 2.
We'll get the whole card information for you shortly.
I need a diamond.
No diamond.
I need a
No
diamond.
diamond.
Full money. I full 3 diamonds.
If first card is diamond, it's
Takže
GG.
Full 3 diamonds.
tam boli všetci stredl, devina dala...
It's like some kind of ace, king, 9, 7 type hand, I think.
9 chess flop. 9 chess flop.
If my eyes do not deceive me.
9 chess kve.
No, oni sa stekli vlastne sedmička a devina.
Alan's claimed kings. Not sure what his side cards are. But I believe we have diamonds in play for Alan.
9 chess flop. 9 chess flop.
Áno.
Fun flop. Fake. That's fun flop. That's fun flop.
10, 7, 5.
Jack. Flop. Flop or heart? No. Diamond though. 7. Nie, počkaj. 8. 8. Diamond. Straight. How much you got?
So Alan had the king, 8, 7. Martin with ace, king, 6, 5 double. And a very favourable turn card for the Swede, as he doubles up to 941 plus a bit of dead money.
You can have option now. I had 7 deuce. I had option left.
Dobre, takže dvojka, trojka sú blindy
7 deuce should always go against. 7 deuce.
a osmička je posledné stredl 80.
No,
20,
yeah.
teda 40.
For you, yes. I would have scooped you. That would be on my holy shit, it wasn't painful. You have option.
Ne. Jasné. Ja neviem, kedy tento vôbec ani. Ja som myslel, že to bolo od začiatku. Dobre, takže osmička je stredl 40.
It's not 2-2, right? What do you mean? It's 2-2. It's 2-2.
It's 2-2, yeah.
Regular 2-2 game. What do you mean? 2-2 game. What's the cap rate?
25.
For 2-2. We play 2-2, guys. 2-2, cap 25. What is this? Are you crazy? This is 2-2. It's insane. Scam.
Devina pas. Dvojka pas.
Do we go to Cyprus? 300, 3%, 300, no.
Yeah, no cap.
No, it's cap,
300.
cap 300. 300. They have a cap now.
They have a cap now.
6 pas.
That's insane.
Play 10k. 10k.
Res 125.
You just need to play
Sedmičke.
like 25, 50 and 50 on 100+.
Assuming they're folding in the
Že osmička close.
third to last straddle, I guess it's easier to put it that way.
Heads up.
With, I think he had ace, queen, 10, 7 single, so seems like he's just going to wait for the nuts.
Sedmička check.
Alan versus Thomas here. Tom flopping middle pair. Alan with an absolute swing and a miss, just no connectivity with the flop whatsoever, just some kind of loose backdoor straight draws. Goes for the check fold, and Thomas has top 2, and that's going to get the job done.
Trojka, štvorka sú
Alanko,
blindy.
tam sme sa mohli dať.
Which could have even been a candidate just for a check back.
A to musíme vyhrať peky.
Jaký pekič?
Inak vieš čo najlepšie?
Že si ma ukecal na kapské mesto.
Oni mňa uverili na
Máme rozvadov.
kapského mesta, ideme do diery.
A ideme do močálu, no.
Ne, že močál. To je úplná diera proste. Kapské mesto,
Ale to si dobrý dal názov ináč tomu.
Inak, no veď áno, ja si predstavoval, vieš, tučniaky. A teraz tam je iba
Máme tučniaky.
prostý Nemec, čo hrá maty.
Pekne. Predstavoval si kapské mesto, tučňaky a opalovanie.
Teraz ma opalia rozvadové o peniaze. A dogrcal sa v saune, tak?
Áno.
Dvojka pas.
No poď môj.
Trojka pas.
Toho ideme. Videl si karty medlu? Ja by som išla na tlak podľa ňou aj.
Mne nič nechodí, že...
160, 160. Áno, trojka.
Riku with a big hand. King, king, 7-7, single.
Karek, kríže, piky.
Makes it 160 to go. Yep, I know. The first raise to 160 in a 2-2 game.
160.
Medulko.
Pretty insane action we have here. Thomas. Ace Jack 8 deuce versus the short stack. Not an ideal situation at all. I think we just want to fold, to be honest. Does get out the way, and Martin is left with the option to defend with all of the dead money out there. It would have been 120 into 360, so he'd have needed to realize around about 25% equity there. Double suited, I think his hand would have been defending, but I think it's fair to relinquish it on this occasion.
This is very beautiful. Please give me
Takže
1000.
jednotka je posledná, to je 40.
I give you 1000 shekels.
Sedmička 5, osmička 10, 9 na 20, jednotka 40.
Give him 1000 rupees. Rupees?
Áno,
I give
druhé
him,
euro.
I give him,
Indian rupees?
I give him 1000
Dollar.
no,
Indonesian
no, no, Indonesian rupee. Hey, that's a,
like
that's the
40K?
bottom. That's the bottom.
40K for a dollar?
That's the bottom, right?
I think it's 1000 yun.
10 euros, 1,000 euro rupee.
Yeah, in India.
No, in Indonesia it's like 10,000 rupees is 600 euro. In Bali,
It's what?
10,000 rupees or 10,000 currency is 600 euro. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
1 euro is like 40K.
No, in Bali.
Takže trojka call.
Riku again with the kings. This time a little bit of a downgrade. It's going to go for some kind of limp pot, I guess. Martin could have had a hand to punish that limp with the ace jack 9-8. I think in this game would have been quite a nice spot to
But I get the range
just pump it up.
up and down.
For 10K rupee.
Yeah. 600, I say it's 600.
Sedmička pas.
10,000 Indonesian rupee.
A čo ideš teraz pozerať? Na telefóne? Však ho nemáš. I have my phone. Jak si ho hľadal, že? Alanko. You have phone? Why? I'm a G. What?
Devina call.
You have a phone? Why? Because I'm a G. Fair enough. Wow, and Barry's going to check back the ace jack 10-8 here, single.
Pozor, 4 hráči.
10,000 Indonesian rupees to euro.
Which maybe goes to show that Alan is propping up this game in terms of the pre-flop aggression here. Martin and Barry flopping ace jack. Top pair.
Yeah, Indonesian rupiah. 10,000 Indonesian rupiah. It's 60 cents, bro. I tell you, 1 euro is 60K.
No, this is 1,000.
Trojka
You
check.
put 100. You put 100. It's only 100. 10,000. Put 10,000.
And a 9 on the turn gives Martin really strong holding here. 2 pair with the nut flush draw. And he is going to bet 100.
Devina pas.
The other Martin out the way with just a gut shot. Barry now has a pair and a wrap, but isn't interested. And Riku just left with those dry pocket kings with the gut shot, likely to get out the way as well.
Indonesian rupiah, yeah.
I just did.
Možno dať
You won
rýchlo.
that, right? So
Indonesia currency.
Hlavne love mi daj.
It's the weakest currency. 100 euros, 1.6 million.
Ďakujem.
It's IDR. Yeah, IDR to euro.
Alanko, zlé bety máš, či stávky.
It's 59 cents.
Prečo on má telefón a ja nemôžem? Ale nie, on tento tu...
Teraz 8, 5, 9, 10.
No, to je vedľa neho.
Dvojka 20.
60 cents, huh? But it's been going fine, right?
You flash drill?
To keby na streame to je, že... A môžeme ešte tequilu, alebo tu budeme na streame? We have tequila, guys. Tequila.
Áno, takže
Podáš to tam, prosím?
dvojka je 20.
Jasné.
Posledná.
Guys. Tequila.
Tequila night.
Tequila time.
They're smoking Icos. You smoking Icos? Of course. You smoke Icos.
Cheers, guys.
cheers, cheers, cheers.
Cheers. I hope you give me...
Cheers. Bro, let's make more bets, bro. You're horrible at this.
Takže trojka kol.
You got me so confused. It's
Štvorka
like
pas.
14k. 14k for 1 euro. That's right.
Are you in 200?
200 a year.
Yep.
Bravo. Easy
How much?
money.
Šestka kol.
Easy
20.
money.
He was like, he was off like by, what, 1.6 million.
Si sa troška pomýlil, čo?
This guy.
Nastala chyba. Alan.
I remember when I changed 600
You got scammed,
You
bro.
got the mega scam.
How much?
No, but by the ATM machine. I get 10 something.
Osmička.
But
Maybe it was 10 million.
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe I
yeah.
get 10
Jedna
million.
kol.
Yeah. The biggest bill they
Dvojka
have
check.
is 100k,
Vodka.
and it's like 6 euros. I was super tilted.
I thought it's like in
Je
Thailand.
5 hráčov, 5 players.
Thailand is 40. 40.
So 5 players to the flop once again.
1,000 baht is like 32.
And who's going to hit this one? It's going to be Thomas with middle set.
On me?
Anyone else got much to offer? Riku.
What happened? I don't.
So we're on a 20 straddle. Looks like we must be playing a bomb pot because some of these hands would have definitely raised pre-flop.
75. Devina pas, dvojka pas.
Thomas is going to drive the action. And Riku will continue with his backdoor nut flush draw and top pair top kicker. Jack of clubs, not ideal for either player here. Both players clubless. Thomas with a quick check. Riku now not looking to turn this kind of holding into a bluff. And ace king now for Riku. But with the emergence of the straight and flush potential,
Deuce on the river.
does not elect to value bet that one. And is going to be beaten by Tom's middle set on the flop. So one of the more conservative pots, which is still €250 in a 2-2 game, just goes to show the action that we've seen.
I want a good night's sleep, no like.
OK, jak sa volala hento, čo sme to objednali? Čo si to objednával?
Halena.
Jako?
Halena.
Halenár?
Takže dvojka stredu
A to
10.
všade, kde robia sushi na
Icos, I was in
20?
Lithuania.
20. He put 40.
You smell it?
Yeah.
20, 20. Put one. Put one.
Like these
Takže
little white
trojka
sticks
dáva
on the
20,
machine.
štvorka 40.
A ja dám potom 80 na batne, ale prvý, čo koluje, tak musí dať 160.
A to všade robia hentie, tento halenára?
Ne, to je iba v tejto.
Je v tejto?
To je v gejši.
So Alan's back, and undoubtedly we're going to see the gameplay probably double or triple the size.
I made a mistake. I thought it's 10,000, but it was 10
got me
million.
so confused.
Yeah, because it was 10 million and not 10,000.
Small difference. But you got me so confused though. I was like,
Yeah,
it's my life a lie?
Koľko to stalo hento?
23.
23.
Aj s tým, ale som si ho k tomu takú majonézu
Šestka,
špeciálnu.
sedmička pas.
To je, že ikry, majonéza.
Thomas with a big hand here. Ace King 5-4 on the 40 straddle. He's in the big blind, so 5 to 10 and the 20, so he's got 4 players behind.
Ale veľmi dobré, ako suši podľa.
He pots it.
Akože na mat?
Barry gets out the way. Riku also. Martin likes to play. Let's see what he's got. He's got Ace King 10-5 try. And he will defend his honor. So Ace King versus Ace King here. The 4 and the 10, the only unique cards, aside from the flush potential of both players. So look at this. What a flop we've got here. This could be some action. Thomas with top 2 and the nut flush draw versus Martin's top 2. He bets 100. We'll get called by Martin. So let's see what the turn brings. It is the 8. Both players still holding the same hand, aces and 5s. But Tom with the free roll. I think we want to start going a bit bigger here. 300 is the bet. Into 600. Definitely not going to be able to fold the ace-5 here. Especially on this texture, 2 flush draws available. I think the question for Martin now is, does he want to jam? Or does he want to just call? It's quite difficult with how many times the board texture will change on the river, but we simply just can't fold this hand class. Oh wow, he does fold the ace-5. Very disciplined laydown. Thomas manages to muscle his opponent off of the chop.
Open two. Pick two. Yeah, pick two. Open all.
Me too, and you too, right?
Ace 5. I have the same hand, yeah.
You said open two, and
You have
for him open two, right?
Dank je wel, precies.
What do you expect?
Split pot. What was river? I have ace 5. Dus, river doet.
Okay.
You fold ace 5? Yeah. But I don't have nothing. Just ace 5. Not flash draw. Nothing.
No patrzcie, strela, ja dam 80. Let's go.
Čo 80?
Strelo? Military? Ne, ty musíš 20, you put 40 and I put 80.
Takže 6 je stredl,
I don't have flash draw
40,
straight.
Okay, guys.
7 je race.
First bring in 160. You kill it.
When I pay, I must pay river.
Action guaranteed. So we're on 2, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40, 80 now. And this game is absolutely gargantuan.
Okay, guys. So no limping, no call. You can't go. You just can't go. Yeah, of course. No call. No call. Give me 5. Huh? No limping. But I want a limp. No, you can't. 160. What the fuck?
So a load of folds so far. Barry's got trip queens. That's not a good hand. Riku, though, with a monster here. Ace, queen, 9-8, double. Loving this. On the 80 straddle with his 405 euros. Just a super print spot. Gets rid of the next 2, and Alan has absolute garbage.
You can make like straight flush, quads.
Can I see the floor?
Yeah, quads.
Show me the floor. Show me the floor.
And you? Quads coming.
Would Alan have hit the 4?
No!
He's got the open ender on the flop.
No!
Show.
Please. King and king. Yeah! Fuck you! He was so definitely.
Má si postup ku slopu?
Nie, by som každý deň 4-4.
What a stream. It's so unfortunate that we're going to have to end it in 40 minutes, but it's been a lot of fun so far. Some huge pots. We've seen a 4K pot, and I believe the big winner is still Tom. He's been doing rather well. He'll be up over a couple of thousand.
Trojka,
I
strela
was waiting
5,
for your my life.
štvorka 10,
Áno, a máš
šestka
A? Máš
20.
A?
Martin, who's usually quite a reserved figure at the table, even he can't
Osmička blind,
deny a smile to Alan's table antics.
You know,
It's all in good faith.
I want to play friendly 2-2 game.
tam sme taký krásny stolík mali a tento ma tu zavolal. Čo ti šíbe? Počuj ma, ja som bol rozhodový na Feniku, nadával som tam jak pohan, odvtedy si dávam pozor, čo hovorím.
Bolo to počuť.
Hej, lebo som mikrofoval, ne? No poď, 80 strelov.
Ako aby som nemohol sa tam normálne pozrieť.
Ty normálne klonieš?
štvorka pas, šestka pas.
Don't look. Do you want to play?
500 the flip?
No. 300 flip?
Takže
Some negotiations being done. Looks like they're going to be flipping for 300. I think both players are blind. So Alan's King 775, 49% versus Tom's Queen Jack 9 Deuce, holding a little bit more connectivity despite not having a pair, giving him the equity advantage. But it's going to be top set for Alan. Look at this. Is Tom going to be able to find any equity on the turn here? Looking for a diamond, an 8, a 10. Jack leaves him dead to a jack to make jacks full of deuces. And nope.
I don't think you're gonna beat me at all. Fuck me. I am dead.
You ain't queen.
Wait for this queen. Alanko.
You know it's not queen. It's a 9. Shift it to Papa.
Look at this as well.
Alan.
Na flope by som trafil set 6.
How can you be so lucky?
Ježiš, za 2 peniaze išli Alanovi. To be
Yeah.
fair, we play this hand, we're all in.
Wait, on the flop? What do
Like
you
on the river, we're all in. I've top 2, you have a set. So I save a lot of money.
Thank you for nothing.
Thank you, dude.
Okay,
I
now
run good even when I don't run good.
2, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40.
No.
Okay.
Enough straddle.
Okay, you
I
can
don't-
blind pot.
I don't put straddle.
Yeah.
Never put straddle.
ah, good luck.
Who put this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who put this?
I did for you.
So we've got a dealer change, and it is indeed Tom in the driving seat here. We are playing a 5 as the big blind, €5. So he's up over 600 blinds, which is almost tripling the effort from the earlier No Limit Hold'em stream.
Cigars? You smoke cigars?
No.
You gonna play tomorrow? You gonna be here tomorrow?
No, I won't. Just text me. Text me. I want to go tomorrow for the cheese season to the McDonald's and movie in the cinema.
Fuck, what's a cheese season?
You don't know the cheese
What?
season? You have to go. You have to go.
Cheese season.
Yeah, that's like the best one. What they saying? But how much?
Much of these.
So Martin picking up another big hand, aces, rainbow and disconnected, but nonetheless loving life with so much dead money out there.
That was in my hand.
Of course.
Alan's got the ace queen 3 deuce single, is going to give Martin some action here, hoping to get lucky. Certainly not really a hand that's going to be doing well versus what Martin is actually likely to show up with here, which is going to be very aces kings, kind of ace queen queen type holdings, broadways, high cards. And it's going to be a gut shot for Alan, and the aces for Martin here goes check check. And I feel like Alan is going to be a big favorite to take this one down.
This is your flop so much. I promise you have it also.
But you should just show.
No, I won't. I will show.
I will show.
He doesn't have
Those
anything.
3, ace and the queen. Oh! We want some.
Alan muscles his opponent out of there and would have rivered the 2-pair regardless.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm happy you lost. Okay, this is for your blue eyes.
I'm happy I folded.
And this is for your strong arm. And this because I don't know what to do with it. He's Slovak, you have to tip him. Everybody tip Nancy. Okay, I start. Everybody tip Nancy. Come on, come on.
Give me 3, yeah.
Come on, come on. No, that's not free. Wait, I want it for the tip. You see, I started the game. Then we split.
It's true. House play.
House play?
Yeah, house play.
Oh my god. I wish.
200% rake back. Yeah. You see him roulette.
Bring me Moet, I play roulette.
I was playing blackjack yesterday.
Blackjack is like a game where people think they can win. But I play game, which is roulette. Where,
poker, yeah?
yeah, you know, like playing roulette, it's like, you know you want to have fun. Either you scoop or you lose.
Pure wisdom.
Okay, how much? Cool, cool. Cool.
Number 7 call.
Do you have a trash hand like me?
Yes, sir.
I bet he have like super nuts.
I bet he wants to go limber either.
He wanted to go. Yeah, I know. He thought like,
So we're going to be going multi-way once again in probably the smallest pot so far, as Tom absolutely drills the nut boat here.
40 for 4.
I have 4.
Alan is going to
150.
lead the flop, and Tom is just praying that Alan's got a 4 here or some kind of wrap.
We get him out with his kings. So I fought with my trash. But you don't have a 4. You don't have a 4.
I don't have a 4. I don't have a 4.
He doesn't have a 4, he's telling the truth. He's got 7s full
But nice hand anyway. So we beat the
for the absolute joint.
Let's play the game. Beat the need.
Can you ask for the service?
Yeah. I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty. I'm so I can't even speak
You want water?
Very much the Alan show right now.
That's fresh.
I haven't
From yesterday.
Downy.
Also,
Downy.
beer?
Sir, sir, can you put 40? Can you put 40? I put 10 for you. Come on, that's really nice. Hey, no. Oh, you have it. Of course.
I have my own stats, bro.
Okay.
Barry happy to chuck the 40 on,
Okay. Loser.
having some fun with it.
To the second one after finishing the lemon. You have
He's a very well experienced bastion of the game.
loser by 25.
It's going to allow people like Alan to give him a little bit of smack talk. Just going to continue to play his game and not be perturbed really by the table conditions. Don't think I've ever seen him on tilt. I've played a lot of hours of live poker with Barry. He plays very solid. He's somewhat conservative pre-flop. He likes to play mostly a sort of appeal and take things post-flop, but he's got a lot of awareness and he knows what he's doing. He's definitely a winner in this game, in this lineup, that's for sure.
Nice gamble. I got hustled by
Like me with Indonesia.
So Alan's got a big hand here. Ace, King, 7, 7 double. Facing the limp from Martin. Easy ISO here. And Tom will be coming in as well. Wow, he's going to pot it. Could be seeing a huge pot here between... Oh, is he called? I thought he said pot. My bad. That allows Barry in.
Okay.
A little bit on the loose side with the Ace, Jack, 6, 4, but he probably feels like Martin isn't really going to have any limp raises. And he does flop the nut gut shot with the nut flush draw, so pretty big pot developing here. Alan with middle set, Tom with top pair flush draw, Barry with the gut shot and the nut flush draw. Martin, he's the only guy that's missed. And this is going to be a 3-way all in here, for sure. So Barry's in for 500, Alan's in for the lot. Tom can maybe fold here to this. He is so crushed 3 ways here. He knows that Barry's going to have a really strong holding as well. but does he feel like he's ahead of Alan's range? Does he feel like Alan has the capability to put a hand like 6-5-4 in, or a hand like 7-3? Those are the only two types of holdings that Alan may do this with that he's doing well against. The rest of the time, he's absolutely cooked. Queen 7 as well. That's one that he does really well against with the 2 overs, the backdoor straight draw, and the front door flush draw. But this is a rough spot. Alan showing the King of Hearts, I think. He chooses one more and finds the Ace of Diamonds.
It's always a set.
It's always a set. He's onto him.
Who can say?
I was gonna call, and now I see this.
Yeah, of course. Easy fold, my friend. Easy fold. Come on.
Just leave that.
Yeah. I have a
Alan doing his best to talk his opponent into a call. He really wants this action here. Firing a snooze up the hatchet. He has 61% three ways here. Tom just with 6%. He needs running cards for a straight. But versus Alan, he would only need a spade.
I'm in for what, 7?
625.
nothing late.
Normally I just fucking push here. You got me feeling like you have a set.
Yeah, this is like, it's only this. You can still, like, keep this. Keep it. You can keep it.
You raised 3, did you? Alan's sleeping.
They put a shield.
So when he shows the
Is this your last phase?
Ace King Red, wow, Tom's going to flick it in here, and he's in bad shape.
2 times?
Guys, I'm one time.
Okay, 2 times side pot. 2 times side pot.
It's a 6 in a row.
No. I know you don't.
He's saying he's got queens for the slow roll.
Block your side pot. Block your side pot. Block your side
So we're going to have Alan's set up against Barry's one time gut shot flush draw.
3 cards, you don't pick a 7.
Okay, side pot blocker.
What do you need? Spade?
I have a queen.
Okay. No, but
Tom's going to need a spade for that huge side, or maybe a turned 9 or king could help him out a little bit in the form of a straight draw.
and I will start to fucking love it.
This pot is absolutely ginormous. 8.2k in the middle. Barry's playing for around about 1700 of that, and the rest is between Alan and Tom.
2 times side pot. Daj tam trojku. Daj tam trojku. Daj tam trojku.
Oh wow, Trojku is 3 in Slovak. Alan called for it, and there it is. And he's got both of his opponents dead on the main flop. Now he needs to fade a 9 or a spade for the huge side pot. Ooh, brutal. Brutal as Thomas finds a way to get half of it.
Oh, we chop. Okay, we chop also his money.
No, they don't chop his money. Alan wins Barry's money.
No, pure luck.
So I think he's made a mistake there because the first board is only played.
But I
I
want,
see ace king. It's like, but he raised 3, so he can have like fucking.
I can have like ace,
Kings or
I can
ace
have
king,
aces with a spade.
Yeah, but if you
I'm
pick
dead as well.
Huh? No, you
Ace
have
with
to.
spades,
Oh.
I'm
but if
dead.
you pick the 7.
What?
If you pick the 7.
If I pick 2 7s, fucking.
Oči ma, musel si tam vyjebať na river tú spade do
Huh?
štvorky.
You can pick 1. He picked the king.
Ah, did he?
Yep.
I don't remember.
A to on ještě držel 3 spade. You have 3 spades or 2 spades?
A spade is a good shot.
Am I wrong there? I feel like that's been done incorrectly. I feel like because Barry's only playing for one time, Alan should be winning Barry's money there. And they shouldn't chop it. They should only chop the side pot.
No, I'm joking. Okay, I agree.
So Barry's money would go to Alan, and then they'd chop the rest.
Can you give me? You are so fucking lucky. Imagine,
It was a small pot, everyone. It's fine.
so happy that I hustle you to call.
That was crazy.
I wish
Yeah,
I had
you
queens for
see?
you. If I had queens, I would do the exact same thing. Just so you know.
No, you would be so happy like, oh, I have queens, I call.
I think you would be like that.
It would be exactly like that.
No, it would be. Hey, 20.
He would be so sad. Sorry.
No limping possible. Oh my god.
Let's try. What happens? What will happen? No, you can't fold. You can't fold. Oh my god.
Medlo, to sú tam minúti.
Jako? Ja som to videl. No.
So middle set for Seaman. As who else has got a piece of the action? Not seeing an awful lot.
You're so fucking lucky.
Riku has a gut shot to the jack with the backdoor diamonds.
Fucking handsome. I was waiting for
He's
you
going to come along.
You're so handsome. Have you been to Thailand?
Yes, I lived there for a while.
It's the same, right?
Massage?
Massage. You're so handsome.
And an action turn card is now Riku turns some more reasonable equity, not just the gut shot, but the nut flush draw.
I've had a couple of Thai girlfriends who will talk like this.
As Seaman, with his set, turns the royal draw, which is, of course, redundant, as we see the Queen of Diamonds in Riku's hand.
No.
She's watching the stream,
She's
bro.
working.
Oh, yeah.
I love you, my love.
And there is the Queen on the river, which gives Seaman the nuts.
I think she's sleeping. Both of them? Yeah, she's dead by now.
Okay, in that case, it's true. Right? You move to Thailand every week.
But I went like 2 weeks ago for 11 days just for fishing.
Oh,
Only fishing.
And slides it over, which is quite nice, because when you bet the flop and the turn, you're saying, I've got a set of tens, I've got a set of eights, I've got a hand like ace king. So on that Queen river, you're actually not going to be doing too well. And you do want to mix in some checks with the rivered straight, maybe to allow your opponent to tee off with something that feels like they don't have any showdown value.
Yeah, I should. Give me a card, please. Okay. 20. 20. You have to go 20.
yeah, thank you.
But if you win...
Alan, give me one answer.
Give him one. Ask for
Počkaj,
back.
10, 20, 40, sa ti dám ešte 3, ne?
Jaké tedy?
Ty si zdech.
Všade rozdávaš do piči a mne nedáš.
No ale lebo ty mi iba bereš.
No. Tu neviem nič trafiť.
Ajajaj. Kol. Počkaj, môže sa kolovať? Môže sa kolovať? Nie, môže... Môže on rejstnúť, keď ja kolnem, že? Oh my fucking god. This guy has to be from Finland.
You don't know, right?
Yeah, I know you're from Sweden.
Amsterdam, bro.
Amsterdam?
Yeah.
Oh,
I know you're from Sweden. I'm a typical Viking right here. Go. Check.
Yalla. Yalla. Yalla.
Yalla, habibi.
Habibi, come to Dubai. You know what? I will check to Dubai.
You like Dubai? Been to Dubai?
Never been.
No?
I've been everywhere.
If you like play some 5 card, I know decent 5 card. That is not cheap. It's not cheap. In Dubai, it's fun.
4 on the turn, and Martin has a 4.
You take your girlfriend.
Can I
Play
bet?
as well.
Why does Riku have 32%? What am I missing here? He's got a flush draw and a gut shot.
Medlo, než ma sklameš. Ďakujem.
Okay, now a couple of the other players get out the way. Alan having bet with his low wrap. Ooh, and there is the ace. What a river for Alan. Rivering the wheel. And Martin, surely with the deuce and the 4, is not going to be going anywhere. And Alan will show him the bad news. Maybe a little bit of retribution, having been somewhat scammed out of that main pot versus Barry there.
No, I'm fucking good.
Not sure whether we'd call it a dealer error because it's somewhat of a private game. You know, it's got that kind of jovial mood, which means that potentially the dealer is a little bit waylaid and not so focused on the eventualities of every pot because the table is just so loud and boisterous that it's quite easy to just follow in what they're saying.
Dobre, tak daj mu double strelu, lebo to sme sa dohodli, že je double strelu. Kolo hráme double strelu. Naozaj, ak mu dáš karty, tak je tam 10. Ja to za neho zaplatím, je to vlastne úplne jedno. Medlu daj tak 20.
Medlu už nič
I need good night's sleep, and I'm not gonna get it now.
Exactly.
I'm gonna get recovered like 5%.
Medlu daj 20. You put 40, hey, don't look. You put 40. No. You don't put 40?
So, more straddles as we come towards the end of the stream. Unfortunately, it's been such a pleasure commentating. So much loose action so far.
Is the dinosaur was in his mouth?
I'm joking.
I don't like it.
I'm sorry.
I understand, but you know,
I'm sorry.
we respect it.
Okay, I respect you also.
He was in his
I can put 20, but 40 is too much.
I understand. That's fine.
I've been playing here for 3 days. I'm still not used to the cards. I'm thinking these are hundreds, I don't know why.
Barry has the double-suited kings. Should be pumping this one. Wow, just calling. Versus Alan, who's probably raising somewhere near to 50%, maybe more actually. Actually way more, like 70, 80% of the hands. So I think double-suited kings here in 4-card is just going to be a super print. But Barry does find a very favorable situation as he has the overpair with the king-high flush draw, and he's going to get some action from Alan, who has top pair with the queen-high flush draw.
Go, come on. 1, 2, up to you. 1, okay.
Barry says one time, 70-30 in his favor. Alan looking for some side cards, a 10, a queen, a jack, or a 4.
No, okay. This can be a slow roll. Okay, please.
One time.
Oh, 7.
Ace 7 7, not spade.
Jedna, so one time there's a spade, so Barry has it absolutely locked up on the turn. Alan cannot improve. Barry's got a flush, he's got an overpair, he's got a full house. All of them win.
Oh, he has a house. A very full one.
More of a bungalow, but you know,
Bungalow.
Whatever does his job, right?
Bungalow.
How do you lose that?
I don't know.
Nice little double up there for Barry. I think he missed a trick not finding the 3-bet pre-flop, but finds a decent board and runs it and gets the action he was looking for.
Euro bomb pots.
So we should do
That's the side?
You should do bomb pots for the rest of the stream.
bomb pot tables.
Okay, you put 80. You put 80.
yeah, but 1 pot 50,
You
huh?
have to
Last
put 80.
time, 1 pot 50.
Yeah,
Okay.
even more. 100.
Let's go.
Can I have this one?
Should we switch one card?
Can we get some tequila?
Imagine if that happened.
More tequila being ordered as we go late into the night here at the Festival Bratislava. Bringing you Cash Game Challenge for the first 3 days. Tomorrow we're going to have the final day of the Hendon Mob Championship, which is going to be long into the night, I think. Local time, the estimated finish is around 4 or 5 a.m. It's going to be hundreds of players making that day too, and we are playing down to a winner, so it's going to be somewhat of a marathon.
Nevidel som karty.
What do you mean you calling when we say 18 or
No, you can put. You can still put.
Of course you can.
You can put.
350.
Who's the button? How much?
350.
300 padaj.
On mohol hrať?
Môže. Áno, môže.
Alan pumping it in with the Ace-7-6-4. Maybe those tequilas are starting to take even more of an effect, as this hand is not a VPIP from any position versus any action, but
They call. Oh, action's closed.
we do see a 3-bet.
Then I can push this guy.
Martin in seat 4, we know he likes to play.
Give that man 50.
And Thomas is even going to cold call with the Jack 7 5-3 double suited. So we go 3 ways to the flop. No one's got a reasonable holding, but Martin and Thomas both pretty much for their hand class smash the flop. What's Alan up to here? He's going to chuck in 238 with bottom pair, no draw. And now Tom has a pair and a jack high flush draw. Don't think we want to be raising this kind of hand class, so he's just going to call. 3 ways to a turn, 1.8k in the middle, and it is the queen, which gives Martin almost a lock on the hand. Needs to fade a spade. And Alan is completely dead. A spade would be very interesting now, as Alan would likely bluff that card. But he can't do anything here with just bottom pair. It's going to muck it. And Martin wins with his king high straight.
I will beat you.
Yeah, please show, because that's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
I have a pair.
Yeah, donation.
But he runs so good.
From the 2 banks.
Môže ti tak ísť medlu?
Môže, však ešte prehrávam.
You beat me? You beat the seven?
But I was waiting for the spade, so I can put off. But I was waiting for the 6 of the spade. I have 2 pair, and I draw.
2 pairs? You have 2 pairs?
Yeah, with the... No, on the river I had 1 pair.
But you have, on the turn you have 2 pair, on the river 1 pair. Yeah, makes sense.
What for this?
More tequila for you, please.
No. Maximum tequila for you.
Please, yeah.
Turn you to
Medulo,
the river one.
clap for him.
It's so- it's-
Hey, give him a clap.
Yeah, first
Give him a
first
clap.
time
Give
I
him a
win.
clap.
Clap my cheeks for you.
First time. Thank you for your chips.
I flop a pair. It's hard to make a pair in this game. What did you have actually? Yeah, Jack 9, what?
Huh?
What, Jack 9, what was
Jack
it?
9, 8, 7.
Oh, you have me dead.
How much?
Martin folds. Simon has 2k stack. He's going to only limp. Oh no, he raises, of course, with the Queen Jack 10-10. Alan in there, super loose. Queen 3 deuce deuce, showcasing some of his intent. And it's absolute bang off for Tom here with the top set. Check, check. He's going to play it slow, checking it back here, allowing Simon to turn some equity here in the form of his gut shot with top pair. Alan still a complete swing and a miss, which is what you expect with Queen 3 deuce deuce. Not really going to connect an awful lot. And Tom does turn a flush draw with his set, so really strong hand for him. And he's going to get... Whoa. What's going on here? Alan has check raised the turn with Queen 3 deuce deuce. He's got the bottom end of a gut shot with no club blocker. This is insane. He's got no straight blocker. He's got no flush draw blocker. He's got a pair of 2s. What on earth is going on here? Alan is saying, hey, I think you'd have bet all of your sets and all of your straights on the flop. But the interesting thing is he's been so chatty, and now he's barely saying anything, and he's staring at his opponent. Tom is definitely not going anywhere here. Wow, what a hand.
I don't even have a...
Tom really should have called there, I think.
Look, this is my hand.
But it's easy to say that because I can see the whole cards. However, what a ridiculous hand. Alan just saying, you know what, mate? I don't think you're ever checking back the flop with a strong hand, so Have some of this.
I was gonna give you 80 breaks back, now I'll give you 65.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'm waiting for it. Możemy tequilu poprosić? Hej, no a będzie dwojtu.
Thank you.
Okay, 5, 2, 2, 2, 5, 10, 20, 40. You have to put 40. Nice hand.
Very nice.
Fucker.
You bluff there, bro? With
Yeah, I got it.
like 9-9 queen or something.
No, I had queen, 3 deuce.
Love large. Dead. Dead as fuck.
Barry with a nice hand here. Queen, Jack, 10, 8. Tri-suit. Just going to limp. This is Barry's style. He likes to play small pots pre-flop and big pots post-flop.
Ja sam se sklamao.
Давай заспадам после псови си му то дал, не?
Znate jako?
Martin calls, and the other Martin, if he'd have had the nut suit, maybe he would have squeezed.
Okay, can I get a reload?
But this one feels okay as a check back.
What happened? Where's your chip? What happened to your stack?
What happened to the stack? What happened to my stack?
Action turn card now. Barry with a pair and an open-ender. Martin with a wrap. And a 3 on the river will give Barry the check mark with his Queen Jack. But let's see if anyone takes a stab at this. Yep, Martin will bet. That should get the job done, I think.
I had such a wonderful hand.
Really nice hand. You make like two pair.
Yeah. But I didn't show the 3 because I'm very skilled at throwing cards.
Alright, what's that for? What's that for?
3, of course.
Reload. Reload.
3.
Don't need me reload.
Kamaráta mi požičal. Scam. Bro, you're lying.
It's poker.
Poker.
Bompod môžeme dať.
Daj mi dvojku. Daj mi dvojku.
Ideme ten bompod hrať, nie? We can play, sorry, we can play the bompod?
Yes,
I can play
Only moment. Only
last time 50. We have 8 minutes.
Can we only play both pots the last time?
2 hours session.
Yeah? Okay, we decide. With the play. Double board, 5 cards.
Double board?
Double board, 5 cards.
Give me 500. A počkej, nezamieňam to. Keď ideme hrať bomborty, tak nie.
Môžeme, že oni to ešte nevidia tam nahodiť na tej grafike, že ako teda môžu ísť takto po prísť. Začal hej? OK, takže idú, môžu ísť. Asi bez grafík.
I need to go grab on the
5 cat?
5?
A dal som
Five
ti aj ja?
bompod?
I feel it now.
Jo, hej.
You live in Hong Kong?
Yeah, listen.
That's 15 minutes from here to Hong Kong.
That's the
No,
border.
12. Actually 12.
Border.
The border. You know, like the price of the house, like before the border, it was 500k. And the price of the house after the border is 50.
So we got a bomb pot.
You think about spending some time in
Check. Check.
See some whole cards shortly. Martin from Sweden is going to commit.
Yeah, you know what? I will fuck you up.
Alan promises to give him the dirty business.
That sounds very, very exciting. Weird. I mean, yeah, I like it.
350?
Ja, 350.
The other Martin from Slovakia will call, and Alan comes along for the ride as well.
How can I get all the cards below the 9?
See if we can get some whole card information for you. This is one of the, I think this might be the penultimate hand of the stream, but we'll see. And Martin Kanika will commit the essentially crumbs in the size of the pot he's got behind. It looks to be around about the size of his flop bet, which was 350.
I got you. I play her.
You can go.
Yeah, I can go. Go. What happened? Yeah, cooler, bro. If someone pays me money, I might.
No problem. Ace of 2. Jack, no, tam mam set. Mam na Ace of 10. A dole mam 10.
So who's got what?
Ja som ťa skúpol na set, nie? Počkej.
Vyhral si nade mnou. Ja tam mám set, 2 páry pleasure a hore mám len...
No, ja som nevyhral.
Ty si vyhral nade
Aj
mnou.
skúp sidepot.
Ty kokot, v jednej hre ma zajeb.
Alan is claiming to scoop the side pot, which is versus Martins from Slovakia, who was saying in Slovakia he had 2 pair and a flush draw, which obviously doesn't best Alan's hand. So unfortunately, I don't exactly know what's going on here. We don't have the whole card info because it's 5 card. We have the settings for 4 card, but by the looks of things, Alan is going to be taking the lion's share of the pot.
Bopot hráme.
I want the top one.
No, we chop.
Top the man, but it's nice. You get like 60%.
Wait. Yeah, you chopped the second.
But he got very lucky on the other one.
On which one? Fuck you.
We needed the board, man. We needed the board.
Môžeme dostať ešte nejaké tequily, prosím?
How can I not win the second one?
Everyone unblocks the pairs as well.
Máme tequilu. Tequila. Guys, tequila.
He had a set on both boards.
Tequila.
You didn't see this. Yeah, I have.
No, jeden.
You don't understand.
You don't understand.
I drink like twice. Watch back the stream. I drink twice as
Hey
many.
guys, cheers.
Cheers, thank you. Thomas is cheers, everybody.
Not very good at it.
I think I was. This is all I get.
First time. Čiže sorry, 7-9 a 8 bolo. Oni splitli prakticky splitli oného.
I think like 5 or 6.
A tá som zakúpila za 6.
Yeah, it's a different way of thinking.
Za 600 a 7-9 ho splitli.
Yeah, bump it. 250?
Dealer butter 4.
50 buttons. Bump it button.
50?
Bump it 50.
Yeah, only one more time.
Only bump it. Come on, you have a small stake.
I've been there before.
Yeah,
It's a
but
bit silly. Yeah.
But it's so
If
fun.
you win the ticket, you get something. It's like a good luck.
Can get you a pack of cigarettes.
So we're going to be gambling. We've got about a minute or 2 to go of the stream.
We'll leave that on the side.
And we're playing another 50 euro bomb pot. 7 ways, so 350 in the middle.
6 card.
I've been giving hand jobs for a very long time.
Okay. So you're a skilled one.
He's the most.
Dealer, is RFID working for stream or not?
No. They
turn it off.
think because Bumpot is not working like
double board.
yeah.
They have to talk to the guys from Kings of Tallinn. It's working there.
The viewers hate us.
Check.
No.
We are just waiting till time expires.
What?
The time, the challenge time.
So we've got an 8-5-4 board. We've got an Ace King 5 board. Barry looks to be interested. He's potted it.
Maybe one more hand. 350.
That's going to get rid of most of the players. Over to Tom and Martin. Can they face the wrath of Barry's pot size bet?
Hey,
Yeah, to be there.
what place you finished in the tournament?
Didn't have anything yet.
Nine's full.
Oh, you would.
Bonne chance. Mon ami.
I
Okay, 50, 50. Okay, okay, now we put 75. We increase. We increase.
Last hand.
Less than 100. I think this guy's got
No, 200. Ne, počkej, môžeme dve ruky.
Absolutely mad action here. I think the bomb pot is now going to be 75 for the last hand. Unfortunately, we don't really have much coverage or visibility on what's going on, but
Let's make 100 last one.
we can see who wins.
Is this last?
Last
This
hand.
is
This
last.
is last hand. Last hand for the challenge.
Okay.
Okay, make
Last time for the challenge, it's going to be a €100 bomb pot. 7 ways, so 700 euros in the middle as we go to 2 boards.
Having a life like a couple spades.
All I need is one.
Why didn't go once?
Because you're free.
Hand.
Because money means money.
Like
Scared money. Scared money don't make money.
No, I just wanted to be friendly to you. Because it's the opportunity to make money with you.
hand in yet.
This is the fucking next level.
It's next level, you know. Sounds nice game.
Enjoy your poker.
I'm gonna go
Oh, I
cigar
know what
shopping
I
tomorrow.
want. King Tempest.
But you don't smoke cigars, do you?
No.
I'm gonna go cigar
know what?
shopping with your money tomorrow.
Fuck it.
I'm gonna go cigar shopping.
Give me 5.
Can I shake? I shake.
Thank you.
Bring me more apple and roulette. Hey,
I love
mate. You won? You won?
Gus, but he's still in.
Customer.
What a G. Final 3. How much up top?
Can you give me 300? Or 50? Give me 300.
3-5.
Give me 300. You will get a wreck anyway.
I got 500.
This is for
Let's
Final
just say
hand,
it's
final hand.
qualified. That's no good. That's not really good. That's no good.
I had 6s.
It's 10
So 10-6 is second. Jacks.
With ace queen. They will look.
Bring me more I play roulette. Okay, let me have
I mean, look at. Yeah, side pot.
Give me 100.
Yeah. Side pot on the.
Because let me check. I don't know why. OCD?
Ja sam podane, pokaż sam zaczynał.
Yeah, yeah.
Jechał sam 10 euro. Daj mi te 200 euro.
I know. I mean, it's like okay. These are house keys or whatever. Yeah.
King there, right? Oh, you're gonna take it. No, I'm. You don't even have to.
Medulo, idziemy na rouletu. Idziemy na rouletu.
Okay, you are chopping this, and you are chopping main pot. Yeah, you too.
I think I might win.
You're gonna flip with me on Sunday.
First, you want to swap? You are with kings.
So I think Barry said that he was winning a side pot. I think Seaman had either queens or jacks full from what we could see from the overcard or over table cam, I should say. Alan is already left, and I think Tom is one of the biggest winners in the game. He has 3 stacks of €500 in yellows. Those are €25 each. And then he's got 1, 2, 3,000. So that's 4.5k. He's got a couple more greens there. So that's about 4.8. Looks like he's got just south of 5k in his stack. And I think he bought him for around about 2. So he's going to be up about 3k.
Dobra, wypinam soją.
Beautiful hand. No.
We didn't get to pay that much post flop. That was It's a 2-2 game. We straddled to 80.
Standard.
Yeah, standard.
But you know, it's still like for your challenges to making big blinds. You know.
And that's going to be the end of that for tonight. Join us tomorrow for the Hender Mob Championship. We will be back at around about 4:30 local time. Look forward to seeing you then. Good night.